Afternoon theatre.
Before the Screaming Begins, by Wally K. Daly, with James Lorison as Tom, Jennifer Piercy as his wife Sally, Patrick Troughton as the Prime Minister, and Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith. Before the Screaming Begins.
Nice. You haven't gone off me yet.
Not yet. Ask me in a few years' time.
I'll just try it every anniversary.
Tom, do you think Sam will be all right at the moment?
A perfect babysitter, don't worry.
It's the first time we've left him.
I'm sure he's not going to begrudge his mum and dad popping off for an evening to the scene of the great beginnings. If this clearing in the forest wasn't so romantic, perhaps there'd be no baby Sam now. Here I proposed. Here we stopped as we passed on our wedding night. And here we've sat and watched the moon go down every anniversary for the last 5 years. Oh. And each time I've said I love you, and always meant it. A couple of years we'll bring Sam, let him into the secret. Oh, I love you, Sam.
Oh, I love you, Tom. What is it?
Don't know. From the clearing, I think. Got to get out of here. Start the engine.
I'm trying. Nothing.
Let me try. Right, open the door. Jump.
Drive, Tom. Tom, let's get out of... Tom, there's a light all around you. Blue light. It's hurting my eyes.
Look away.
Tom, so bright.
Look away. It doesn't hurt. Can't feel a thing. It's coming from the clearing. A pinpoint of light, laser thin. See? What the hell's doing it?
Tom!
Why?
I'm frightened, Tom. Really frightened.
It'll be all right. Don't worry. What the hell's going on?
Let's get out of here, quick. It still won't start. Oh, what are we going to do, Tom? Tom, why are you looking at me like that? Speak to me, Tom.
Please stay in the car. You are not required. You may leave in a few moments.
Where are you? But I keep telling you...
Madam, please try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when my husband...
It's not helping at all getting hysterical about
What
it.
am I supposed to do? Sit here smiling? My husband has just disappeared before my eyes, and you ask my name and
There
address.
is a procedure laid down for missing persons, and it must be adhered to.
Person? Oh, can't you see? Don't you understand? My husband... My husband. Oh, it's no use. Why don't you believe me?
I'm sorry. I do understand, but look at it from my point of view, madam. We get some pretty amazing stories from that side of the counter, but yours really takes the cake. A pencil of light from a torch you can't see, and no husband. You must see, we've got to check you out. Make sure you're even married, for instance. We've been hoaxed before.
This is no hoax. I am married, and
I'm sure you are, but we've got to check. And while we're checking, there's a couple of policemen on the way to the clearing where all this is supposed to have taken place.
It did take place.
So there's nothing more you can do except help me to get the details down.
Leave the lights on, Walt. Okay. Reckon this is the place?
Yeah, gotta be.
Moors Copse, Lovers Copse, they call it, local around for miles. Watch the moon go down and the fairies dancing in the clearing with no one to bother you. Very poetic. Now, let's see if we can find out where they're supposed to have parked. Man, wife, and mysterious vacuum cleaner.
Bleeding creep, if you ask me.
wandering around the country in the dead of night. Not what I'd join the force for.
Yeah, cold feet, my little partner. In cold feet, aren't we?
Two things I can't stand is owls and little green men. Give me half a dozen villains to face any time.
Well, I don't believe them myself, so there's no problem.
Hold it, John. Over there. Car tracks in the mud.
Okay, we're on our way. Follow them in. Sherlock Holmes, his trusty assistant Watson holding the torch, heads into the unknown.
It's my turn to be Sherlock Holmes.
Rubbish, you were Sherlock Holmes last night in the timber yard.
That was a false alarm. Doesn't count if nothing comes of it.
Of course it does. Even Sherlock Holmes had false alarms too, you know. So my turn.
Oh, it's always your turn.
Anyhow, how far in did she reckon they parked?
About 50 or 60 yards.
Right. Should be about...
Hey, just ahead there. See? A deep rut. That'll be it. Mud's a bit soft.
Right. This looks like the place. Yeah, a lot of spin at the back where she shot off afterwards. Grass chewed up. Ah, if they were facing the moon that way... She reckons the blue light shone from the right, over there, right? Let's swing the torch over, Walt. Right. Better call the station.
Don't you think we should take some measurements or something?
I think it's best we just keep away. Just tell them that what appears to be a perfect circle has been burned out of the grass and bushes. At least 10 yards in diameter.
Control 1. Unit 35 contacting. Subject 12 has been boarded. Static pressure satisfactorily. Received. Unit 35. Control 1 contacting. Received. Mission was seen by witness as demanded by Control Central. Received. Received. Mission was seen. Surface brain scan reveals the subject's plate was the viewer. Reactions are registered. Base approach now 4.872 units. Received. Received.
Come on, then. That's a good boy, Sammy. Come on. I'll get it down. Go on. Come on.
Who is it, Mum?
It's someone to see you, dear. It's someone from the police station.
Any news?
Look, I'll get Sam into bed. Come on. Granny's ten. I'm frightened, Mum. Very look. It's either good news or bad news or no news. And the sooner you know which, the better it'll be. Now, come on. I'll send him in,
Oh,
son.
you're right. It's just that I don't want it to be bad news.
Would you like to go through, please?
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Harris?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Forbes.
Have you found my husband?
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
That's what I've come to talk to you about.
I'm almost relieved. The look on your face, me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry I haven't brought any good news. And I'm sorry about my face, but I'm stuck with it. Now, most of all, I'm sorry about the questions I'm going to ask you now. But they've got to be asked.
I'll ask away. I don't believe any of this is happening anymore. When you get caught up in something as unreal, another bit of unreality doesn't count. Heard the one about the husband who disappeared up a beam of light. If it was anyone else, I'd laugh.
I said I'm sorry. It's not your fault. We find a story hard to take, but we're not laughing.
I find it hard to take myself.
Well, let's get it over with. Mrs. Harris, you reported your husband missing a week ago today, right?
Our 5th wedding anniversary, yes.
And there's been no sign of him since? He hasn't been to work, been seen by any of his friends?
No.
How did you get on with your husband?
How do you mean?
Would you consider yourself happily married?
Well, yes.
No quarrels?
Well, naturally, we had the odd row.
Any quarrels recently?
Beg your pardon?
Recently? Let's say in the week before your husband went away.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Not even the night he disappeared?
Now, what are you trying to say? Surely you can't
I
think...
don't think anything. I've just got to ask the set questions. Like, was your husband heavily insured?
No. The house is covered if either of us die, but apart from that... Look. point? What is it all about?
I'll tell you the problem. Normally, when husbands go missing, it's fairly straightforward. A cheery, goodbye, darling, out of the front door, and that's it. Never to be seen again. That's your average husband's disappearing trick. But now, in your case, it's different. It's not just a nice, straightforward goodbye, darling job anymore. What looks on the surface like a gigantic red herring has been introduced. A gigantic flying red herring carrying a big blue torch. And it's got the brass worried, and they're worrying me. They want to know why, and they're nagging me constantly to tell them why. So, I've got to sniff around until I discover why. And then I'm going to tell them why you told such a big fib.
And if it's all true...
Doesn't help. I'm one of those people who, when the magician waves his hand to divert attention, I always keep my eye on his other hand, the hand that's doing the manipulating. And what will I discover? Someone making a fortune in the papers with "I travelled with the Mars man," or murder. And a wonderful reason for not looking for a body.
You're joking.
Well, you've got to admit to yourself it's all a bit more reasonable than looking for a bloke who's been sucked up a torch beam now, isn't it?
Well, there we are. Settled down, finally. I thought he'd never go off missing his dad, I suppose. Right. Well, I'll make us all a nice cup of tea, shall I?
Not for me, thank you. I better be off. Oh. Well, Mrs. Harris, I'll leave you now. You know where I'll be if you want me. If you want to tell me anything additional that may help us with the case. And be assured it is getting our full attention. The smell of red herrings is hanging very heavy around the station. I'll see myself out. Good day.
Oh, no, love, don't. No.
Oh, Mum, they don't believe me. They don't.
Control 1 to Unit 35. Contacting. Received. Unit 35. Control 1. Received. Base relationship 0.75 units. Subject 12 to be transshipped at 652 Galactic. Imperative. Not seen. Received. Received. Blanking procedure will be utilized. Order re-subject's memory wipe and reactivation stands. Received. Received. End. Control 1 to Unit 37. Contacting.
Sarge?
Yes, what is it?
There's a visitor in your office. Looks like big brass.
That's all I need. Anything new on a disappearing torch beam?
Nothing that smells.
Keep digging. I'll go and see the brass. I'm Forbes. Believe you want to see me.
Ah, Detective Sergeant Forbes. What a pleasure to meet you. The charming blonde WPC was kind enough to give me a cup of tea. Makes me feel quite at home. Now, let me see. I've got my little card somewhere. Ah, yes, here we are. Smith. A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Nice photograph as well, don't you think?
Orange section. You wanted me?
Well, we don't exactly shout about it at the ministry. It's what we call a bit of a giggle maker. Best to keep it quiet. Just plod on without trumpets, as they say.
Doing what?
Filtering, really? Yes, filtering is the word. A surprising something here, an unlikely something there, bits and bobs, and facts and fiction. Mix them all up. Have a look at them.
Yes. Well, Mr. Smith, I wonder...
We do a lot of reading as well. Pulp, mainly. A whole section for that in case somebody stumbles across something they shouldn't stumble across. Surprising how often it happens. Science fiction, mainly. Very little fact. Check out the spoon benders. That sort of thing. Ticks.
Mr. Smith, I wonder...
You wonder what I'm doing here. And quite rightly so. A story in your local paper, 2 lines in the Nationals, and the ministry popping in on you. Strange world. It's your Mr. Harris I've come to chat to you about.
Harris. Look, you're not buying the little green men with blue torches, are you?
As I said, a surprising something here, an unlikely something there. Who knows what one finds? I admit missing persons fascinate me in any case. 120,000 people a year, and rising. You'd need Wembley Stadium to pack them in. They're fascinating, all right. But you're Mr. Harris, especially so. A missing person seen going missing, now that is a bonus.
Yeah, and turning up again to cash in on it, I shouldn't wonder.
Oh, yes, we're pretty certain he's going to turn up again. But I don't think there's going to be any cashing in.
We'll have to see about that.
But you see, we have a feeling.
A feeling? You mean you know something?
Filtering. As I said, we filter. Nationally and internationally. And we discovered your Harris hasn't gone solo.
How do you mean?
There were others. All witnessed.
Some sort of conspiracy throughout the country.
Now, that's a touch parochial, Mr. Forbes. The world. Throughout the world.
I don't believe it.
Now you're talking like a detective. Detective Sergeant Forbes, and quite rightly so. But look at it from our point of view, and ask yourself the question we must ask ourselves.
Oh, yes, and what's that?
One simple little word. Why? You see, as far as we can ascertain, every country, major and minor, has had at least one person disappearing in this rather overly dramatic fashion. And within yards of each disappearance was found a perfect burnt circle 10 yards in diameter, in what we've come to term flying saucer shape. And all this occurred, allowing for time zones, at exactly the same time. Now, even you, Detective Sergeant Forbes, must admit that that is interesting. And you must admit as well that simple little why becomes possibly quite important.
Here, careful where you're treading. You'll get sand on the sandwiches.
I'm sorry,
Look, are you all right?
I wonder if you could help. I do seem to be a little lost.
Where do you want to be, Squire? Tea stall's that way.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Which way have you come, dear?
I came from over the dunes there. Yeah, look, mate, would you like me to contact someone? Well, are you with anyone? What's your name?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Please, help me.
He's fainted.
You hang on. I'll get the law.
Control 1, Unit 35 contacting. Subject transshipped as stipulated. Received. Unit 35. Control 1, received. Complete report 35, received. Blanking procedure was plus. Scan shows negative sighting. Memory wipe still held. Reactivation phase 1 will commence as per program. Received. Proceed to stage 2 position. Stage 2 position.
Take it very easy first. Mrs. Harris is very, very tired. I don't know what he's been up to, but he's certainly worn out.
There's nothing drastically wrong, is there?
Nothing at all. A bit of rest and he'll be right as rain. Just a touch of exhaustion, if you ask me. And with all the experts flocking in, you'd think...
Experts?
Aye, people from London by the trainload. He's been checked out like nobody's business. You'd think he was an astronaut rather than amnesiac the way they're going on. Shall we go in?
Tom?
Tom! Oh, Tom! Oh, are you really all right?
As right as rain. Literally hundreds of specialists confirm it. I'm sorry about last night.
Oh, it was awful. You didn't seem to know who I was.
Oh, I didn't. It was rather nice having a strange woman giving me cuddles, though. Pretty as well. What a bonus. It seems all right now the fog's lifting. I just had a detective in here, a Sergeant Forbes.
Oh, him.
Did you know him?
We've met.
He seems to think there's something fishy going on.
Didn't he tell you?
Tell me what?
About... Tom, what exactly do you remember?
About what?
About anything.
Well, I remember we were having our anniversary cuddle in the car in the usual place. You said, would Sam be all right with Mum? And I said, yes. And bingo. There I was, walking from the dunes onto the beach and stumbling and kicking sand on some kids' sandwiches.
And the light. What do you remember about the light and the noise?
What light?
In the clearing. The blue light. All over you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sal. You've lost me.
Hasn't anybody told you?
Told me what?
We were in the clearing. There was a fantastic noise. We couldn't start the car. We couldn't get the doors open. Then there was a light shining from the copse. It shone through the window onto you, covered you like a haze. It didn't touch me at all, but it was so bright it hurt my eyes. You said, don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Close your eyes. And then there was a funny noise. And you disappeared.
I hope you didn't try telling anyone that. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's hysterical.
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not funny, Tom. It happened.
Oh, but...
Marks were found nearby. A large circle burnt out of the brushwood. The papers say it was a flying saucer.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't seriously expect me to believe that I went in...
I saw what happened in the car, Tom. After that, I'd believe anything.
May I come in? Oh, good, Mr. Harris, you're awake. How do you do? My name's Smith, A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Mrs. Harris, I believe? Nice to meet you. Ah, a lovely dress, if you don't mind me saying so.
Not at all.
Now, I'm sure you've got a lot of catching up to do, so I'll keep it brief. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Ah, that is a relief. I walked through the park to get here. Thought I'd check how spring's coming along. My feet aren't really up to it anymore, but such a lovely day I couldn't resist. Lovely day. Don't you agree it's a lovely day? No reply. Who is he, I see, writ large on both your faces, or perhaps get to the point. Whichever it is, your prayers are now answered. To the point, I will get. I don't know about you two, but I find it extremely irritating when somebody says they'll get to the point and waffle on absurdly.
And what is the point?
Good question. Space trips, and the reason therefore. Flights in flying saucers, and mysteries to be unraveled.
I shall tell you before you go any further that I believe.
Tom, I told you what I saw.
I know, love, and it isn't a question of not believing you. Obviously, we've been caught up in some sort of accident, and it's left you with some strange memories, and me with none at all. And I'm quite sure it will all finally be explained, and the explanation will be logical.
I didn't dream it, you know. It was the most terribly real thing I've ever seen. You just disappeared.
It's not my place to interrupt a family discussion. But for the purposes of my visit, it might make it easier if we assume, Mr. Harris, that you did disappear and that you were flown off.
I'm sorry. I just find it impossible.
I understand your point of view. But I inhabit a funny little world where fact and fiction sometimes get jumbled together, and it's part of my function to try to do a bit of unraveling. Now, when it comes to extraterrestrial visitings, there are those who turn every barrage balloon or wisp of cloud into alien craft. And others who, if a little green man with a goldfish bowl on his head stood in front of them saying, "Take me to your leader," I wouldn't believe him. But my department looks at them all. And 99.9% of the time is all down to barrage balloons and wisps of cloud. But the 0.1% we have to admit we do find fascinating.
You say your department.
Oh, sorry, how remiss. Here we are. Smith, AP, Ministry of Defence, my card.
Defence?
Yes, RM section. Rather a good photograph, don't you?
I don't get it. Why the Ministry of Defence?
And what's the RM section?
Ah, how nice. Now we're all getting to be friends. Ladies first. RM section looks at the peculiarities that sometimes manifest themselves in this world of ours. Gentlemen second. The Ministry of Defence, because you, Mr. Harris, might be, for want of a better word, a security risk.
What?
An unwitting one, of course. All those lovely people who've been checking you over this morning will try to come up with something interesting physically or mentally that perhaps will give some clue as to the purpose of this alien exercise. Oh, I should mention, if it's any comfort, you weren't alone. In every country with which we have departmental contact, reports are coming in that individuals like you are being delivered safely back on their doorsteps after disappearing in similar circumstances to yourself for 10 days. And you see, the powers that be find that both fascinating and alarming.
Silk in here? Oh, sir. No, sir. At the moment, Mr. Harris is still in hospital under observation. No, nothing. He's been checked out from top to toe. Yes. Well, one of our RM men is liaising with the locals, and the general consensus of opinion is that very shortly he's going to want to leave. So we've agreed departmentally that it would be politic to take him into custody rather than... Yes, Prime Minister, but we do feel... Of course, sir. Well, we could offer him protective custody. With respect, sir, that's something we can't be absolutely sure of. No, nothing else from the Russians. There does seem to be a general clamping down all round. The Americans are obviously taking theirs very seriously. They've quarantined their chap's hometown and ringed the whole place with troops. Very ostentatious, I agree, sir. No, of course, we couldn't. Very good, sir. I'll keep you informed.
Look, it's gone beyond a joke. It's been 4 hours now.
It's no fun for me either, you know. I'm supposed to be out catching criminals, not plain nursemaid for the Ministry of Defence.
So what's going on? An ambulance arrives to take me home from a hospital. Well, I spent 3 days having hundreds of tests that prove beyond doubt that I'm the fittest man in there and could have run home, never mind being taken by ambulance. But instead, I end up in a country farmhouse with you and 2 alleged ambulance drivers built like all-in wrestlers.
Have you finished?
No. If you're not prepared to let me go home and see my wife and baby, who incidentally have been kept away from me as if I had the plague rather than some vague kind of amnesia, then I insist I be allowed to contact my lawyer.
Mr. Harris, I personally have no belief, but I'm stuck with it. My chief tells me I'm seconded to this, and like it or not, I do what I'm told. My orders are you communicate with no one, and that we sit and wait further instructions. So, you best make the most of it. Same as I'm trying to do.
You can't do this. It just doesn't happen in England. It's nothing more or less than kidnapping.
People trotting off up bleeding blue lights doesn't happen in England either, but apparently someone's taking your alleged trip very seriously.
Well, not me.
Not me either, but somebody.
Now then, there's a fine greeting, I must say. Another day like this, and voices raised, what will the cows make of it all?
I want to know what's going on and why
I want to be relieved from my duties with your department, sir.
Boys, one at a time. You're doing a valiant service, Mr. Forbes. The department quite rightly thought Mr. Harris should have a friendly face along with him when he took his trip into the countryside, so he wouldn't be frightened by those rather over-muscular drivers. And from the look on Mr. Harris's face, he no doubt echoes those sentiments, Mr. Forbes, but needs must. Now, I think we should just sit down and I'll bring you up to date. Oh, first of all, a little bit of melodrama to captivate both your attentions. For you, Mr. Forbes, primed, oiled, and ready to go. Safety catch on, of course.
A gun?
Oh, very astute and perceptive, though the barrel, handle, and trigger's a bit of a giveaway. Forgive my little joke. Yes, a gun. Smith & Wesson 32. Same as you used on the pot shot course you attended, the report of which I read with some pleasure. Congratulations on your marksmanship. I'd be pleased if you put it away somewhere safe. Now, but no buts at the moment. Too much to do. Oh, yes, of course. You were going to ask about the holster. Here we are. Perhaps you'd be good enough to do the necessary.
But...
Ah, very good, yes. Now, the cloak and dagger deepens. Who did you vote for, Mr. Harris?
Pardon?
You're right, of course. Damned impertinence on my part, trying to impress you with the brass. Let's just say there's an almost 50-50 chance that the message I've got for you comes from the leader of the party you voted for in the last election. And therefore, you probably trust his word. A little bit. Namely, the Prime Minister.
What?
What a monosyllabic group we are. Yes, the Prime Minister, no less. And his message to you is, come quietly.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Protective custody has been offered to you. And the Prime Minister thinks it would be a good idea all round if you concurred.
What does the Prime Minister know about me, and why protective custody?
Both good questions. The Prime Minister knows about you belonging to a pattern of incidents on a worldwide scale, the point of which is not yet known. But he's being constantly informed. And protective custody, because our information indicates, firstly, that certain governments are in the process of trying to collect together by fair means or foul all the participants of the said incidents, hence Mr. Forbes' gun. And secondly, there is a vague possibility that you may have been programmed to do something rather nefarious against the security of the country or whatever, of which we are as yet unaware.
But that's preposterous.
Preposterous, I agree. But protective custody is an insurance policy that works both ways. You're protected, we're protected. So what's your answer?
And Sally?
At this moment, at home, with a small company of trusted ministry servants, some of whom even now are arranging to take away certain foreign gentlemen who've also been watching your flat for the last couple of days.
God.
Your wife simply awaits the phone call confirming that you want them to join you.
Well,
another good question. However, I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact destination till your aye or nay. Let me simply say it's safe and a comfortable place to sit awaiting developments.
And if I say nay, I've got my job to think about for a start.
It's been thought of. The manager was very understanding.
It seems to be moving out of my hands.
You can say that again.
Gentlemen, look on the bright side. We're all caught up in an adventure, the end of which no one knows. And that is, you must admit, rather exciting. What do you say, protective custody?
All right. If Sal agrees, it's on.
Good chap. There's a phone in the car.
What about me, sir?
Still seconded, Sergeant. Still seconded. Special duties.
Well, Mum, I think that's everything.
Yes, dear. Well, I'll say goodbye then.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Yes, of course. They promised to drop me off home and keep an eye on me.
Oh, Mum.
Don't you worry about me, Sally. It's you and Tom who've got to watch out for yourselves. Now, you sure you don't want me to look after Sam for a few days?
No, Mum. Apparently they've got very good facilities there. Wherever there is. You'll be fine.
Yes, well, bye-bye, dear. Now, look after yourselves.
Shall do. Come on, Samuel. We'll go and see Daddy. Wherever he is.
And voila, back she slides.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, we live in a wondrous age, Mr. Forbes. A wondrous age.
Not a bad trick if I say it myself. You press your hand on a plate and a 20-foot concrete door slides effortlessly aside. Beats open sesame.
Same sort of principle, Mr. Harris. The door's geared to my handprints and that of a few others. I'm told they could have made it the voice. The same individuality applies. Though I suppose it makes it a little difficult if you've got a cold. Besides which, one would feel rather silly standing in an open field shouting open sesame at a lump of concrete.
Where exactly is this place?
A secret research establishment. Physical, mainly, with this bolt hole built on. Now, be patient, and all will be revealed. Shall we enter?
Hey? I don't get it. There's nothing here, just a 6-foot square concrete cube.
Another door plate?
Oh, 10 out of 10. You must forgive me, but there's so few opportunities of showing off this particular toy, I do rather revel in it. As you say, door plate number 2. I put my hand on, like so, and the door opens in the concrete cube, and...
A blooming lift.
Just so. into which we shall now step.
Well, lower down. Only one button.
Only one stop. Hang on to your tummies, gentlemen.
I get that cough of yours seen to, Silken. Could be catching.
Yes, Prime Minister.
All right. Let's hear the worst.
The whole operation has so far gone very smoothly. Mr. Harris has arrived at the establishment, and his wife and child are on the way there now.
Fine. Has he been told the score?
Well, sir, we did think that rather than spell it out, we'd let the knowledge sink in slowly. Let them come to their own conclusions, as it were.
Fair enough. But he won't be exactly over the moon about it when he does work it out. How about that RM man, Smith? Does he stay?
Oh, no, sir. He'll pop out as soon as they're settled in. It seemed politic. He is, after all, a sort of walking door key. But we have arranged for a detective sergeant to stay with them. Armed, of course.
A good man?
Oh, impeccable. Detective Sergeant Forbes. Local. No family ties to speak of, and no departmental problems.
Fine. And the press?
Well, the D-notice seems to be holding, and providing the foreign papers don't start shouting, we should be able to keep the lid on for a little longer.
Anything new from abroad?
Nothing, sir.
Right. Well, you push off back to your office. Keep me informed of aught else that comes in.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Silken.
Yes, sir?
I would honestly prefer Boy You to that ridiculous cough of yours.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I think that's everything. From games room to television lounge to self-service laundrette, all is now at your disposal. It only remains to choose which of the 20 tastefully furnished bedrooms you're going to inhabit, and then perhaps we should meander down to that rather pretty, artificially sunlit garden that produces our oxygen, and await the arrival of Master and Mrs. Harris.
I think the whole place is absolutely incredible.
Who would have thought it, this deep underground? It's unbelievable.
I must admit I found the adjectives rather hard to find myself the first time I was brought here. Tell you what, let's go into the conference room, and I'll play at being an executive while you fire away your questions. Here we are. Gentlemen, the boardroom.
Well, very plush.
But what's it all for?
Well, it was built in the nasty 60s as a self-contained life support shelter. Enough food, frozen and dehydrated, to last 20 people a minimum of 2 years. Bulletproof, bomb-proof and burglar-proof. Actually, it's the smallest of a chain of over 200, stretching from Land's End to John O'Groats. But don't tell anyone I told you.
How long are we here for?
Well, let's say tonight and tomorrow, and leave the rest to chance. Mr. Forbes, your turn.
What's my function here?
I'd say referee. Yes, referee is a good definition. A buffer between the soulless Secret Service and society's possible suffering from subjects under suspicion. Oh, that's very alliterative, but most apt.
Look, am I really under suspicion?
Being honest, they don't know enough to be sure yet.
They? Who the hell are they?
Ah, I feel that Mrs. Harris and Baby Harris are awaiting entrance. Shall we go and greet them?
Emergency. Unit 74 to Control 1, receiving. Control 1 to Unit 74, receiving. State emergency, receiving. Receiving. Subject 18, Earth terminology, North America, non-contact. Repeat, non-contact. Believed laser light. Received. General, all units, Phase 3 immediate. I repeat, Phase 3 immediate. Phase 3. 3.
Yes.
Silkin, sir.
Yes.
Sorry to disturb you at this time in the morning, but bad news, I'm afraid.
Well?
The Americans apparently put up some sort of wave screen to black out all communication right across the spectrum. An experiment to protect their space traveler. But it looks as though something went wrong.
What? Exactly.
They've been wiped out, sir. The whole town. All the troops who ringed it, everyone within a 10-mile diameter wiped out.
My God. How many?
About 50,000. Except for one, sir. Only one came out alive. Apparently he was naked and crying. It was their space traveler, sir. The only one to escape.
The only one? You're certain?
No doubt, sir.
Right. Get on to Smith. He knows what to do. We can't risk an accident here.
No, sir.
Ring me as soon as it's over.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's happy enough this fine synthetic morning.
Pleased to see his dad, shouldn't wonder.
And his mum. You pleased as well?
Gurgle, gurgle.
That's my girl.
Hello. You've changed your tune. What's the matter with you? You got wind?
No, actually he wants his rattle.
Good thinking. Here we are. How's that?
No, the one with the ducks on it, the blue one.
Right, love. There we are now. How's that? So, how did you know?
Pardon?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
Which rattle?
I read it, Sal. Right off the top of his head, I read his mind. I can see the shape of it. I can see what he's thinking.
Can I come in?
Just keep it quiet, okay?
Yes. Come in.
Morning. Could I just say one thing? If we're going to be cooped up in this posh basement alone together for any length of time, I think the least we can do is go on first names with it, don't you? What do you say?
I agree.
Fair enough.
All animosity forgotten. I'm Sal.
I'm Tom, and you're Brian.
Well, that was quick. Oh, did Smith tell you?
It's a nice name, Brian. Morning, Brian.
Yes. Morning, Brian.
Morning, Sal. Morning, Tom.
Well, I'm doing bacon and eggs for breakfast. Want to join us?
Love to.
Great. I'll start. Brian.
You mind if I talk for a bit out loud? Get some things sorted out in my own head.
I'll go on making breakfast. I'm starving.
Now, this is how I see it. You and I, Tom, are brought here by Mr. Smith, who can operate the locks with his handprint, right?
Right.
Then Sal and Sam arrive, are given the conducted tour, and then we all settle down for the night in our cosy little bedrooms. But Mr. Smith lets himself out again with his handprint because he's got to report in, and he can't do it from down here as there's no communication, right?
Right.
And here we are, by ourselves, alone in a space-age underground palace with 2 years' supply of bacon and eggs and all mod cons, right?
Right. So how do we get out?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, but we're here because we agreed to be.
I know that, but let's say in 5 minutes' time you don't want to agree. How do you get out?
Well, no phone.
No phone, no key, no way out, unless Smith comes back. Our handprints won't open the door, I've tried.
Oh, but of course he's coming back. He said so.
Did he? Must leave now, I have to report. You just settle yourselves in and make yourselves quite at home. Goodbye. No, goodbye for now. See you tomorrow, see you next week. Just settle yourselves in. Goodbye.
Prisoners.
Looks that way.
But what about you? You're a policeman. Why you?
But a policeman with a gun. You think you're a kind of prison warder.
That, Tom, is precisely what I think. But makes good sense. Give me a gun, stick me down here with you two, and if Tom shows signs of turning into anything more than human, I'm on hand. No good leaving Smith or anyone else who can get out down here. As it is, you'll need an atom bomb to blast your way out of this place. Great place to keep someone in check. Sorry, Sal. Sorry, Tom. Looks as though we are prisoners of one sort or another.
Perhaps more than prisoners. But Mr. Smith will soon tell us.
And on cue, the visitor's buzzer. Just to prove you're wrong, Brian.
Well, thank the Lord for that. Too many detective stories, that's my trouble. Well, I'll go to the lift and see if it's our friends.
I'll be with you in a sec.
Right.
Sal. Things might start happening soon. Things outside my control. Try not to be too frightened.
What do you mean, Tom? What's going to happen?
I don't know quite, but whatever it is, whatever happens, remember, it's me inside here somewhere, and I love you.
Oh, Tom, don't. There is nothing going to happen.
Is Smith in the lift? He's just got in, pressing the button now. He's been sent to kill me. Doesn't want to. Has a gun with a silencer in his briefcase. He's going to ask me to go to the conference room with him. He'll ask Brian to check breakfast, get him out of the way.
Tom, this is crazy.
Not crazy. Frightening. I'd better go. The lift's halfway down.
Ah, a deputation, no less. How pleasant. Morning, Mr. Harris. Morning, Mr. Forbes. And the unmistakable smell of bacon and eggs filtering along the corridor. How are we this fine and sunny morning? Sleep well?
Fine, thank you, sir. Good morning.
We'd just decided we were prisoners. Any comment?
Very interesting indeed. And not too far from the truth, I'm afraid.
You mean we are prisoners?
Oh, a harsh word. Let's say guests of convenience.
How long for? I've got a job to consider.
Not long now. In fact, that's what I've come to talk to Mr. Harris about. Things are moving rather more quickly than expected. We may have you back to your station quite soon.
Something happened?
Indeed it has. Now, Mr. Harris, if you'll be good enough to join me in the conference room for a private chat, I'll explain. And then perhaps we could join your good lady and Mr. Forbes for some breakfast. How does that sound?
Sounds fine.
Would you organise the breakfast, Mr. Forbes?
Right. I'll go and warn the lady to make it bacon and eggs for 4. See you shortly.
Shall we step into the conference room? Here we are. Board meeting now in progress. Your face indicates that you may have some inkling of my mission, Mr. Harris. Exactly how much do you know?
Everything.
But no trace of fear.
It may be for the best.
True. When were you aware of your new capabilities?
This morning. Sort of crept up on me. Slowly at first, but it's increasing rapidly. I've developed some sort of telepathic skill. I noticed my son's mind was wide open to me. I could actually see what he was thinking, and I had to make a conscious effort not to look.
You saw him in the night?
I looked before I could stop myself. Perhaps it would have been best if I hadn't. I'm finding how to control the power now. I'm just aware of your mind in a different way, same as I'm aware of Sal and Brian's over that way in the kitchen, like a series of small fogs, but I know at any time I can push through the fog and see what you or either of them is thinking, but it does seem as though I have some control over it.
Anything else?
Telekinesis. In the bathroom this morning, I knocked the glass tooth mug off the shelf and I knew it was going to smash onto the tiles. I wanted to grab it to stop it from breaking and making a noise, waking Sam. I felt it, and just before the glass hit the tiles for a split second, I held it, just by thinking. Broke its fall, and it landed without any noise. I haven't dared to test the capability further.
The rather chunky cut glass ashtray in the centre of the table there. I wonder if you'd be good enough to pass it to me. No, don't move. Just think about it. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Oh, God. It's so frightening.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. You're already showing higher capabilities than I ever came across. And I presume they also are developing.
Yes. But
you want me to get on with it. There was, for want of a better word, an incident last night in a small town in the American Midwest. A town that was ringed defensively by troops. The town and the troops don't exist anymore. Approximately 50,000 people are dead, and only one person left the area alive. I doubt whether you know him, Mr. Harris, but you both have something in common. You both disappeared along a thin blue light and went for a trip in an alien spacecraft.
How did it happen?
One theory is that a new screening device the Americans were using backfired. But our department can't afford to take chances. So I've been sent down with this, plus a highly effective silencer.
Yes. I know.
Mr. Harris, the duties I've performed for my department over the years have largely been a pleasure. But I've always been aware that I could be called upon one day, as part of my duties, to undertake a certain task so onerous that even the thought would repel me. So, over the years, I've tried to wipe the knowledge of that possibility from my mind, blank it out, but now, unfortunately, the moment of truth has arrived. I've been instructed on the highest authority to kill you. As I say, the thought revolts me. But I must do it.
Sorry to disturb, but the good lady says if you don't come to breakfast now, what the hell's going on here?
Go outside and close the door, please, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, no, you don't. Right, Mr. A.P. Mighty Smith. The gun you so kindly provided me with is now pointing at your back. So I wonder if you'd stop pointing yours at Thomas. We're making a ridiculous sight. And let me know what the hell's going on here.
I'm afraid I can't do as you say, Mr. Forbes. I know that by the time your reflex lets you fire, I shall have carried out the worst assignment of my life. And hopefully your bullet in my back will still the memory.
Drop your gun, Brian.
No.
Drop it.
What the hell?
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
I'm really sorry about this.
Good God.
Looks as though we were right to worry, sir.
Yes, Mr. Smith. It certainly does.
Control 1 to all units. Imperative all subjects worldwide moving to prime targets by 915.5 galactic latest, irrespective of time zone. Assist from non-site zone, 2.5 units from project zone if necessitous. Indicate receive in rotor. Received. Unit 2 to Control 1.
Gentlemen. This is the cabinet room, not a 4-ale bar. If you're out to say it through chair. Else we get nowhere.
Prime Minister, we appreciate the fact that you made this an all-party meeting, but some of us are disadvantaged by not as yet being up to date with all the facts.
Right. I'm disadvantaged. I give you the facts as we know them, which is not much, and you can make up your own minds from there. First of all, thanks to you all for coming. I think for the moment best bury the differences, and for the benefit of this meeting, let's forget the point scoring and think country first and party second, right? Right. Now, you've all been briefed at least that something damn funny's afoot worldwide. All countries are being fairly cagey, ourselves included, but it seems everywhere's the same. We've all got someone who's been whipped into space for 10 days and sent back home safe and dozy. I think the polite word's amnesia. Well, generally, each country's been keeping an eye on their own chap, and nothing very drastic has happened to any of them. Until last night, that is, in the United States. You heard? 50,000 people are dead, troops included. Now, without going into the ethics, we, and a lot of other countries, decided to get rid of our space trippers. Hang on, at least let me finish. The French have let theirs out on a very loose rein, wandering round Paris under surveillance, but with no restraints. In the early hours of this morning, he left a cafe where he'd been drinking with friends, and a car came at a hell of a lick round a corner, out of control, not to do with their security boys, Mark, you're just out of control, and hit him as he crossed the road. No messing, a full-blooded smack square on. The car disintegrated, complete write-off. 4 passengers all dead. But it didn't shift him, their blue light bloke. Oh, no. He just stood there, bemused, in the middle of the road, surrounded by carnage, till the French security boys took him in.
What about our chap? Has he been held?
He's been held, all right. Top marks to security for skill and diplomacy. They've got him in one of those atom fallout places, and no way out except by our say-so. Trouble is, they sent one of their blokes in over an hour ago to do what should have been a 2-minute job, and he hasn't reappeared yet. So I think they've got to fear the worst and act accordingly.
And do what?
I've had the place ring with troops. They're going to wipe out anyone who shows his face.
You don't mind me saying so, Mrs. Harris? That was an exquisite breakfast. Delicious. Quite delightful after all these bachelor years to find myself part of a family breakfast again. Baby crawling at my feet, host's wife glowering at me across the table.
You know, you amaze me. Half an hour ago you were trying to film my husband full of holes, as if you were taking part in a gangster film. And now you sit there, the soul of charm, as if you hadn't a care in the world.
Well, that's the curse of the diplomatic service, Mrs. Harris. Diplomacy. Not that I'm a member, but I suffer the disease. I rise above the embarrassments of this life as the phoenix from the ashes. I miss my calling by a whisker. Diplomacy shows defense instead.
How could you bring yourself to do it? An unarmed man.
Duty, Mr. Forbes. An overriding sense of duty. And also, being honest, a funny little feeling somewhere at the back of my mind that it would all come out all right.
How can you possibly say that? You had no idea.
Oh, didn't I? Quite sure about that, are you? Your husband knew what I was going to do, and he wasn't frightened at all, were you, Mr. Harris? Not one flicker of fear at your own imminent demise. Struck me as strange. You see, whether consciously aware of it or not, you knew I couldn't hurt you. It was written in your eyes, and I knew. Your powers of telekinesis are such that you could have, without effort, and without moving from where you were sitting, put the safety catch on the gun, or stop the hammer falling, or turn the gun to one side, or tip my chair up, any of a dozen things. But you felt the need to test your powers of survival. A gamble, I admit, but a small one. So you let me pull the trigger, and let me see the bullets disintegrate against what is obviously some sort of force field that automatically surrounds you when danger is present. I should imagine, Mr. Harris, one can slap you on the back in friendship. But I think if one tried to slap you on the back in anger, one would get a broken arm without managing to touch you.
But now you're trying to make him out some sort of monster. He's Tom, my husband.
Whether you like it or not, Mrs. Harris, he's Tom plus X. Monster in the making, and who knows for what purpose.
This is all getting preposterous.
Tom. Tom.
What's wrong with him? Wait, don't touch him.
That blue light. The same blue light. He's surrounded with it.
Look away.
My eyes!
Look away, look away. Get down, onto the floor. Out of bed.
He's just sitting there. Do something, Brian. For God's sake, do something. He's in pain. Tom! Tom!
Oh, knock him out. He's going to burst a blood vessel.
Stay where you are, Forbes. Don't touch him. There's stuff flying around to kill. Forbes, come back. Don't touch him. Sorry, Tom. Gotta do this. Ah! He must have been thrown at least 5 yards by the shock. You check the husband. I'll see to Forbes.
Tom.
Steel band being twisted in my mind like pulling plasters off my mind. It's so much coming in, it hurts. Too many voices. Too many voices, Sal. I can hear too far. Too much.
Chalk up your first victim, Mr. Harris. Forbes is dead.
No. Let me touch him. No, Sal, let me go to him. It's all right. I can see what it is. Pressure zone, upper brain. Just have to squeeze there. He's okay now.
Oh, see?
Oh, my head. My head. Too many voices. I can't stop them. Got to get out.
Tom!
Leave it.
Hundreds of people gathered above us. Overhead. Helicopters. Too much noise. Got to get out.
Tom! Wait!
Got to get out!
Tom! Tom!
Did I see what I thought I saw? A door smashed open with a fist. Or am I still dreaming?
You saw what you thought you saw, Mr. Forbes. You can't hurt him, and he can't hurt himself. The door was simply kicked out of the way by the force shield.
Where does he think he's off to now?
Out. He's leaving.
He's no way of working the lift.
Look, you've just been brought back from the dead, Mr. Forbes. The merest touch behind your ear, and you are back from the dead. So the lift, one of the most sophisticated pieces of electronic security known to man, will, I'm sure, be child's play to him. Or to it, as the case may be.
3 more contactors.
Listen to me. I don't know what it is, but I can help, Tom. Talk to me, Tom. Let me help.
No one can help. Must go. Got to get out.
And let me come with you.
Head so tight. Safe here. You're safe here, Sal. Tanks, soldiers outside. Want to kill me. Stay with Smith. Can't get out now. Wiped his prints. Safe.
Tom!
Sergeant, the lift's on the move. All right, men, your position! As the outer doors open, I shall give the command! Keep firing till I order you to cease! Hold those tanks back till I tell you!
Kill me. Trying to kill me with noise. Must stop it. Must stop it. Must stop the noise.
Stop thinking!
Of them, maybe 1,000 blank-eyed soldiers, frozen in position. Oh no! I forgot the helicopter. The pilot's out of control. God! No! Must get away. Away. Must get away.
They did what?
They let him through, sir.
Oh, marvellous, Silkin. In disguise, was he? Dressed up as the bleeding Queen of Sheba, was he? Very nice of them to let him through. Thank them from me, personally.
They can't explain it, sir. Their minds went blank. They couldn't think.
You don't have to think to pull a trigger. Half the country complaining about the cost of the armed forces, and we end up with soldiers with rusty fingers.
It seemed as if they were rooted to the spot, sir.
That only happens in books, Silkin, so don't give me any of that rooted rubbish. Right. Where the hell is he now?
Well, we don't know, Prime Minister.
Don't know? You don't know? I'd be better off with 6 Boy Scouts than your lot, Silkin. Find him. And while you're at it, I want London ringed off completely. We're getting reports in from all over the world that these blue light people are making for the capital cities. I want every vehicle coming in stopped and searched right down to the last milk float. You got that? Every vehicle, every train, every plane, every boat, out that moves on legs or wheels, stopped. Close the capital tight. He must be captured. Have you got that, Silkin? Absolute red alert.
They mustn't come near. Don't want to hurt them. Keep away.
England. Harris, England.
Inside my head.
Are you there, Tom Harris?
No,
are you? Where are you? Rostov, Belgium. On my way to my capital, Brussels, just as you are going to London.
Have I gone mad?
No, you're all right. I'm real. Far away. What they did to us last was tough, but we've come through it now. Been trying to raise you for an hour. Are you okay?
Fine. I can hear you so well, it's amazing.
I understand. No language barrier.
What's happening?
We don't know. France and Holland contacted me, and now we're trying to contact the controlled mines in other countries, so at least we know the pattern.
Anything emerged?
We're being pushed towards our own capital city. We have no choice. We think the aliens are hovering, tracking us, but staying blanked out to us.
What can we do?
At the moment, nothing except go along with them. Head for the capital. Try to contact the next mine, so finally there is a chain of us.
And then what?
Don't know yet. We'll work something out. We've got a lot of power between us.
What's their plan? The aliens. Why have they done this to us?
Only God or the devil knows. I think we'll find out soon enough when we reach the capital. Good luck, England. Control your mind. We can kill too easily.
Good luck, Belgium.
Don't forget, you are not alone.
It has also been reported that the large-scale troop movements in the vicinity of the Dorset Close Research Establishment in the Midlands, reported in our earlier bulletins, are part of a series of exercises the government is undertaking to establish the country's readiness to face internal invasion. The exercise was so successful that it's been decided to extend it to cover the whole of London. We've been informed that local and metropolitan police will combine for the first time with members of the armed forces to throw a cordon around the capital. A photograph has been issued by the Northampton Police of Thomas Harris, a 35-year-old bank clerk whom they wish to interview with regard to certain unspecified security matters. Anyone seeing him is advised that under no circumstances must he be approached. Simply inform your local police or telephone the following special number.
Unit 35 contacting. Received. Control 1 to Unit 35. Received. Subject 12, phase 4 reveal completed by 915 Galactic as programmed. Subject heading towards target zone. Phase 5 to commence at 918 Galactic as stipulated. All assistance being given for subject to reach target zone. All assistance being given for subject.
Sorry, sir. Neither sight nor sound of him. Oh, false alarms, of course, but nothing. No, sir. But our man Smith. That's right. Well, no, Smith's still in there with the wife and detective. Well, nobody's prints seem to work, sir. It's not easy, Prime Minister. It's a very sophisticated piece of... Yes, sir. As you said, absolute red alert. Well, the roadblocks are as tight as a fist round the city, and every field and hedgerow is covered. Oh, we'll stop him, sir. We'll stop him. You can rely on that.
London. Must get to London. Car. This will do. Corporal driving. Corporal Wilkes.
Dear mate, what the hell do you think you're playing at, jumping out like that and waving your arms? Could get yourself killed, you know. Anyway, haven't you heard? There's an army exercise going on. Civilians off the street. Yes, sir. Any problems at roadblocks and you'll take care of them. Very good, sir. 3 major ones at mile intervals on the outskirts, sir, and 3 range patrols inside. Certainly, sir. Get the blocks over with first and worry about the patrols after. Very good, sir. If you want to lie on the floor at the back, sir, that's fine with me.
Good evening, sir. Watch out, Wilkes, old son. How goes it?
Hello, mate. Good to see you again. Want me pass?
Afraid so, mate.
No. That's all right.
No, your ugly mug well enough by now. See anything fishy coming in?
Nah. Dead as a doornail. The other 2 blocks are just as quiet as this one. I reckon everybody took that TV appeal to heart and stayed at home.
Yeah.
Much traffic inside?
Ah, apart from patrols, which are thick on the ground, nothing much at all.
Any sign of Harris?
Yeah, thousands. He's everywhere from Land's End to John O'Groats, none confirmed yet.
Well, we'll get him finally. I better get on. See you, Jono.
Yeah, see ya. Where you heading?
Downing Street. Number 10, would you believe? Lord knows why. Just had orders. Bye, Jono.
Ta-ra, Wilkes.
Corporal!
Sir?
Who was that you let through?
Corporal Wilkes, sir. Ordnance Corps.
Why didn't you check him out?
Well, sir, he's an old mate. It didn't seem...
An old mate, you know the orders, Johnson. Even a bleeding field marshal doesn't get through without his transport being given the once-over. You've checked everyone else, Johnson. Why the sudden change?
I don't know. I suddenly knew I mustn't check him.
Suddenly knew? That's a damn funny choice of words. Where's this Corporal Wilkes based? I'll have him checked out.
Dagenham, Sarge.
Right, I'll radio for a patrol to intercept him on the way.
He's not going to Dagenham, Sarge. He's on his way to Downing Street.
He's what?
He's on his way to Downing
I
Street.
heard you, you great bird. Don't you realise this could be it? I've got to get the brass on the radio. Get a patrol unit chasing after him now, Johnson. Now!
Yes, sir.
Have you checked all units?
Yes, sir. All in position. The entire Downing Street area secure.
Secure. We'll see. Any sign of this corporal, chappie?
No, sir.
Well, tell everyone to keep a sharp watch. They said he was heading this way.
Well, we've got Wilkes, sir.
Good show, Captain. Harris with him?
No, sir, by himself. Bit bemused. Just sitting in the car, other side of the park. Thinks he's been there 5 minutes or so. Can't be sure.
Well, that's spaceman, chappie. Maybe on the loose, but he certainly won't get through this lot, number 10.
Lovely cup of tea. Fine chances sleeping with this kerfuffle going on. Army and police everywhere. I'll go through to the parlour. Put my feet up for 5 minutes. Now, where's that light switch gone to? Oh, here we are. Oh,
Good evening. Don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. It just gave me a bit of a start seeing you sitting there in the dark. You should have switched the light on like a sensible chap.
No, I wanted to sit and think for a minute. If you don't mind, I was trying to work out what I was doing here.
Well, now you come to mention it, I'm wondering that myself. I mean, this great barn of a place that goes with my husband's job is not exactly home from home, but I like to think of this parlour as a bit private, you know what I mean? I don't even let any of the staff in. I just it myself, that sort of thing. You know, I like to remind myself I'm a housewife as well as the Prime Minister's wife. I honestly don't know you from Adam. Are you official?
I'm Tom Harris.
Tom Harris? No, I'm sorry, it doesn't ring any bells. Are you backbenching?
No, I'm not in the house. I'm Tom Harris, the man who's been in space.
Oh, that Tom Harris. All this noise I've been putting up with from police and army out in the street, and you're here all the time. You've got to laugh, haven't you? How'd you manage to get past them all?
Hard to explain, really. Just sort of make them look the other way. A bit creepy, like being the invisible man suddenly. I got the policeman out front to open the door for me, and then to forget that he'd done it.
Oh, that's Ted on tonight. He'll be furious when he finds out he's a right stickler for duty.
And I've been meandering about, wondering what happens next. Found this nice room here and decided to sit down and have a think.
Good idea. Only comfortable place in the house. Well, what does happen next?
No idea. I knew I had to get to London, and then I knew I had to come here, but next... You see, I've been taken over. Not much fun, I'm afraid.
Shouldn't think it would be. Mind you, it's not much fun for my husband either. He's been up in the conference room all day with the cabinet and all the shadows waiting developments. I mean, it must have cost a fortune in sandwiches. Thank goodness it doesn't come out of the housekeeping. And as for us also, I tell you what we'll do. I've just made a pot of tea, and I think we should go and have a cup now. And then I'll take you up to the cabinet room and introduce you. Show them you're not really a two-headed monster. All right?
Sounds good to me. I haven't had a bite since breakfast.
Shall I bite you? Oh, just a little joke, Mr. Harris. Come. I think there's a bit of fruit cake and a piece of apple pie in the kitchen.
Control 1 to all units. Phase 4 reveal should by now have placed subjects at target zones worldwide. Phase 5 reveal. Commence 918 Galactic. Confirmed received in rota. Received.
Get out now! Here, where's Mrs. Stuff? Now stop panicking, for God's sake. Look out the window. You've got half the British Army and Metropolitan Police out there. There's no way he can get through.
But you said yourself, we don't know what his capacities
If
are.
he got out of that shelter, what's to stop him getting in here?
You place the whole cabinet at risk by gathering us all together.
Hang on. Yes, Prime Minister speaking. No, I'm not. Cabinet and all party representatives. What do you mean, hope? You damn well make sure we're safe. What? I see. Right, well, we'll pack it up here and transfer to that underground place at the Mall. No, I think everyone here will agree it's expedient. Right? Right. Ring me back direct. For God's sake, Silkin, stop gawking and get the door.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it doesn't look good. Reports indicate no one's managed to hold their space troopers, and their movements worldwide indicate they're making for heads of government rather than seats of power, which means we're obviously the ones at risk. So I think it's best all round if we go for the double security of the war centre. I don't think there's any possibility of this chap Tom Harris getting in there. Yes.
Your wife, sir.
Sorry to interrupt like this,
Mari, how many times do I have to tell you?
but I've got a visitor who I think you've been waiting for. Tom Harris.
Good God, it's him. Get him out of here. Prime Minister, this is a disgrace.
You lot, it's your fault he's here at all.
If we'd been in power, this never would have happened. I told you we should have gone to the place of the Now, hold on, everyone. Keep calm. Calm? How can you talk about calm? You've put our lives at risk.
I'm getting out of here.
Adjourn the meeting, yes. Adjourn the meeting.
You silly, pathetic people. How can you squabble among yourselves at a time like this? Petty politics is finished. Your future, if you have a future, lies in forgetting the differences, local and international. The universe is knocking at the door, and you squabble over the responsibility for it happening. I've suffered to be here. People have died so I could get to you. Well, stop your childish bickering while we await whatever message these alien gods intend to send. For, as sure as by earthly standards I'm a strange monster to you, by their standards I am simply a messenger boy. You're all thinking, but has he any power? You're thinking, he's a trickster. He's fooled others, but he doesn't fool me. Well, let's play games while we wait their commands. Stupid people deserve to have their stupidities aired.
How dare you talk to us like this? You trick your way in here and then...
What about all the people you tricked, Mr. Parker? You think your secret is long buried?
My secret?
Gibraltar, 1964, property deal, £1.5 million. 2 other partners. Do you want me to spell out the rest, or do you believe I have certain powers?
Everyone deserves to hear it.
All of you, your dirty little secrets are bubbling up to the roof of your minds, just dying to be read. You, Thompson, a 17-year-old mistress, and you, Mrs. Trenchard, cabinet leaks and corruption. Smith, a drunk, you hit him with your car, left him dead in the ditch. All of you, cesspool minds revealed. Believe me, I don't want to have to hurt you to prove my power.
It's just party tricks, Harris. Well-researched party tricks. Speak your piece, quick, before I have you thrown out.
Throw him out now. Tell lies about me.
Let's get him out of here.
Idiots! You idiots deserve to be taught. Listen. Mr. Prime Minister, I could kill you, all of you, just by thinking it. Instead, I hurt you. A little. Tricks. I could rule this country, turn it into a nation of zombies without even overstretching my powers. Thrown out, Prime Minister, there's nothing yet invented in this puny world of ours that could even scratch me. And I'm frightened. What am I doing here? Why has my mind been ripped apart? What is my task? What is my message? For God's sake, aliens, tell me. Tell me.
Look. Just outside the window.
I don't believe it.
What is it?
A flying saucer.
Tell me, what do you want?
Look at the light. It's all over him.
Blinding. Don't look. Turn away.
We won't allow it. No, we'll never agree, you hear. We'll never agree. Go away from this world. Leave us our innocence.
You can escape. We can escape.
They're going to drive us mad. They want to rule.
Escape, England. Look behind your mind. You can escape. You must escape now, Harris. Now. Search out the pathway. Escape, Harris. Escape.
He's starting to shiver.
He's evaporating.
Oh, my God. The whole bloody shooting match has disappeared, including Harris. What the hell was that outside the window? It's gone now. That's all that matters. We're safe.
That's not all that matters. What about poor Mr. Harris? What happened to him? Where's he disappeared to?
I bid 6 no trumps.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What a swizz.
What on earth?
I'll go check.
Quick, it's Tom.
Tom!
Lift him up.
Oh, Tom.
I'm okay. I haven't got long. They'll be searching.
Well, who? Who will be searching? Where have you been?
I'll check here. Let's get away.
Mr. Harris, are you yourself at the moment, or alien?
This is me, all right. How long for, God knows. They can really hurt. I escaped.
How did you manage it? I heard no lift.
Teleportation. Fantastic, but true. One moment with Prime Minister and Cabinet at 10 Downing Street. Next moment, merely by looking behind my mind and thinking of this place, I'm here. Belgium explained it.
Belgium?
One of the other blue light blokes. We're in contact with each other. The aliens slipped up, made us too efficient. We can escape, fly through the paint net.
But the message, Mr. Harris, what was your mission? What did they want of you?
The message is simple. Mankind, as we know it, is all over. You're looking at new man. All over.
New man.
Thousands of years. We've been in quarantine. We had our sixth sense blanked out. All those years ago, some sort of space council adjudged us savages and blanked us out. Now, the blanket's going to be ripped off. We haven't improved at all. They're going to let us look at ourselves, mind to mind, see ourselves as we really are. Result, end of mankind.
I don't understand. It can't be that bad, surely, having an extra sense.
Can't it? Imagine having lived a lifetime without hearing. Noise escalates. The whole world becomes a madhouse of sound, and it doesn't matter. No legislation, no safety laws, nothing. It doesn't matter. The world is totally stone deaf. No problem. And one day, click, the whole world can hear. You think that wouldn't matter?
Bedlam. Death and destruction.
But surely, we just have to learn how to put our hands over our ears.
How do you put your hands over your mind, Sal? That's why I was taken away. They taught me how to control what was coming in, how to put my hands over my mind, if you like. Even so, it was agony till I learned. Listen, Sal, I screamed for quiet, and the helicopter pilot died. In a short space of time, if I hadn't found the control they'd given me, I would have been driven mad. I would have been a screaming wreck. But think of the damage I'm capable of doing in that madness just by thinking about it. The other powers that come along with the mind reading are just as terrifying. Add to that the fact that I'm virtually indestructible. We'll all be the same. I'm afraid mankind as we know it is doomed.
And the aliens? Presumably they made an offer to help.
Oh, yes. They'll help, all right. They offered to be our warders. Warders in a world of madness. Heads of government are being given 20 weeks to decide whether they come before or after the nightmare begins. Makes no difference to the aliens. Either way, we end up their serfs. For this service, they expect and demand sole rights to trade the produce of this world in the galaxy.
Friendly souls, aren't they? Elizabeth I would have loved them. We sit back and wait, do we?
No, we fight them. There's a thin circle of blue light around the world, and we blue light men are the new freedom fighters. Politics, creed, and color no longer exist. We're unified in a common aim: beat the aliens. We have the power. We have the control. Now, we must start teaching, passing that power on. I start here tonight, if you agree, and we leave here soon as equals. We'll teach others. In England, it starts to ripple outward from this shelter. A race, an impossible race, to educate 50 million people in 20 weeks. And that's just this country, but think of the power the aliens will face when they return. Even if we're only half successful, so many minds in unison should be able to perform miracles of defense.
But what happens to the ones who don't get taught, Tom? The ones who don't believe or don't care? What happens to them when the 20 weeks are up?
People like me who refuse to have their minds played with. What happens to us in your brave new world, Mr. Harris? We who eschew the pleasure of being ants in your new society. What happens to us?
Don't be angry, Tom. There's going to be a lot of people who react like that. You can't force the world to your way of thinking, not in 20 weeks. No matter how right you feel it is, how necessary you feel it is.
I don't even intend to try. No, I'm not forcing anyone. You're all right. You're right, Sal. Some won't want to get taught, won't believe, won't care. And you're right, Smith. Some will see it as a threat, a negation of their individuality. And you're right, Brian. There's no way I can force my decision on a whole country, not in the time available. For once, each individual will have to make up his own mind. For once, those millions out there will have to climb down off the fence. Make a decision. I know. The choice is simple, believe me. Learn and have a chance of being saved. Disbelieve me. Disbelieve the threat is real and go under. And they must decide which option to believe. Yours or mine. And act accordingly.
And the ones who decide not to go along with your little scheme, Mr. Harris? What happens to them?
In 20 weeks' time, they'll all start screaming.
Control 1 to all units. Reports indicate subjects worldwide performed as anticipated. Phase 6 will commence in 20 Earth local weeks. All units to oversee defined areas from non-site zones.
James Lawrenson played Tom Harris and Jennifer Piercy Sally in Before the Screaming Begins by Wally K. Daly. The Prime Minister was Patrick Troughton and A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett. Sergeant Forbes, Robert Trotter. Prime Minister's wife and Sally's mother, Catherine Parr. Silken, Peter Wickham. Brostow, Nigel Graham. Corporal Wilkes, Geoffrey Leasley. Corporal Johnson and the newsreader, Eric Allen. Nurse and Cabinet Minister, Maggie Ollerenshaw. Desk Sergeant and Opposition MP, Peter Williams. An alien voice, Malcolm Gerard. And the alien controller, Manning Wilson. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Before the Screaming Begins was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Repeat, 20 Earth local weeks. Control 1 to all units. General report at week 17 of 20-week program for Earth takeover. Pre-commencement of Phase 6. Blue light subjects worldwide performed as projected and are training others to use their sixth sense. Now have powers of total mind reading and thought transference. As anticipated, a World Council opposed to our plan now established. End of General Report. Phase 6. Commence immediately. All units to continue oversea of defined areas from non-site zones until Earth takeover. Blanking procedure to be observed. Repeat, Phase 6. Commence now.
About a minute and a half, Captain.
Okay, Pete, hold it steady.
Sir.
325, calling base. 325, calling base.
Go ahead, 325.
Holding steady at Mach 2, altitude 22,000.
Any sightings?
Negative re-sightings. Calm, clear, beautiful blue, not a source within sight. Same as every other week for the last 17. This could happen all.
Received your negative. Continue return sweep along down leg to base. With luck, you'll find saucers with cups on them.
Captain!
Go ahead, 325.
Look, you're going to think I'm crazy, and I must admit I agree with you.
Dropping back, Captain.
My number 2 will confirm what I'm about to say.
What's going on, 325?
Grace, I don't know how to tell you this. There's a young kid about 15 years old. He's flying alongside us, waving through the cockpit window.
We're going to get the aliens.
We're going to get the aliens.
We're going to get the aliens.
We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens. We're going to get the aliens.
The Silent Scream by Wally K. Daly, with James Lawrenson as Tom Harris and Hannah Gordon as his wife Sally. Colin Douglas as the Prime Minister, Peter Wickham as Silkin, and Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith.
3 weeks to Armageddon, and the typists type away. Music sweet to ears of one such as me, who lives for the eternal tinkle of tea and the tinnicky ting of typewriters.
Come in.
Oh. Good day.
Can I help you?
Yes, of course you can. How sweet of you to offer. My card, Smith, AP. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. My card. Rather good photograph, don't you think?
Oh, yes. Mr. Smith. Mr. Silkin told me to expect you. He's in with the PM and Cabinet at the moment. I wonder if you...
Take a seat. Love to. Exactly what I need at this moment in time. Better. Strolled across St. James's to get here. Check the quality of this year's ducklings. A heart still youthful and feet grown old. A poetical tragedy. As I look back over a long, full and happy life, Miss... oh, so sorry, how churlish, I didn't catch your name. Miss
Divine. Gloria Divine.
A song in itself. As I look back over a long, full and happy life, Miss Divine, I regret nothing but the passing of my youthful feet. Pimples and puberty hold no allure, but feet irreplaceable. You're about to ask me if I'd like a cup of tea. How kind of you?
Well, yes, I was, but how did you know? You're not...
And now you're wondering, is he one of those dreadful sixth sense people?
Oh, no.
Yes, written all over your face. But rest easy, my dear. I am no walking miracle man, far from it. But I do know all about the sixth senses. All about them. From personal experience, Miss Divine.
Really? You're quite positive you're not...
Gloria?
Oh!
Is Mr. Smith all right? Oh. There you are, A.P. Come straight through.
Oh, please go in.
Oh.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Gloria. Saved by the bell, eh, my dear? Or the timely intervention of Mr. Silkin. In I go, and minus a cup of tea. Well, such is the state of the crisis. Good day, sir.
Welcome back, A.P. How was your trip?
Fine, sir.
Good. Take a seat. Prime Minister breathing down my neck. Wants the RM data regarding spread of the sixth sense power as worldwide now, as well as local.
Been correlated yet?
Just waiting your report. Communications doing the rest of the world now. Should be up any time.
This new maintenance among countries has taken all pleasure of discovery out of the job. My little bit of information gathering is bound to be echoed in every corner of the world.
True. But if you think RM section's got problems, think of the Secret Service boys, AP. Job centres of the world full of redundant spies. Countries falling over themselves to give up their greatest secrets for the common good, hopeful of finding an answer to the unanswerable. If this alien threat's real, how can we stop it?
Aren't we a lucky world to find a common enemy after all these thousands of years? Suddenly we're all friends, and all arms and armories point to the sky. Eyes ache with constant sky-searching as we tick remorselessly to our deadline, finding no comfort in the stars.
You want to report on your trip?
Yes, fine. Not an awful lot to say, really. People don't know what to believe, but are being fairly phlegmatic about it generally. If in doubt, do not. Seems to be the order of the day now. The panic's died down. The earlier riots when the news first broke won't be repeated, I don't think. But the people are uneasy. Funny things are happening in the world.
Mr. Harris and his fellow blue light men?
They're still trying to train their sixth sense followers to coordinate their powers worldwide and stand up to the aliens.
Yes, and their powers can be pretty devastating, as we both know.
Yes, extrasensory perception, telekinesis, telepathy, PSI, the whole shooting match rampant.
Is Harris having much success?
Not a great deal. I think the Central Office of Information film campaign is paying off handsomely. People are being frightened off from joining them, but the churches are packed every Sunday.
I only hope you're right about them being frightened off.
Oh, I am. The movement's a bit too ant-like for the common mind to accept easily, and mind-reading's creepy.
True. Cigarette?
No, thanks. We all like to hang on to our privacy, and I think that's why there's not many takers. Myself, for one. But there are the children.
Children?
Teens and upwards. They're flocking to it, lemming-like. The road to Tom Harris's Midlands base is awash with unwashed youth heading towards tomorrow's Nirvana. And if the power is real, that could present problems for Tom Harris as well as us. I think they could easily get out of hand.
Oi!
Me?
Yes, you. Where you off to?
I'm going to Allingbury.
For what?
I'm going to join the Sixth Senses lot.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you going to join them?
Just fancy it, that's all.
Oh, should have more sense. Bright-looking kid like you. You know it's going to be banned any day now, don't you?
It's not banned yet, is it? Still a free country, isn't it?
Watch your lips, sonny. Right, I think you'd better come in with us for questioning. Back to the station house.
Why? What charge?
No charge. But if Neil be, we'll think of something. Vagrancy, abroad without parental consent, that sort of thing. How old are you?
14. I can go where I like, because I said it's still a free country, isn't it?
What's your name?
Andy.
Right, Andy. I'm going to check you out just in case. Name, address, date of...
What the? Leave him be. Those days are over.
Where the hell did you come from?
Charlie! Okay, I saw it all. Right, Wonder Boy, push off. We're not impressed with your sixth senses and your party tricks. We've been long enough around these borderlines of Tom Harris's place not to be overly awed by people arriving unexpectedly. So push off. Let's take him in peace. Otherwise,
Don't be impertinent, little policeman. We young ones no longer have patience with such mindlessness. Crawl back to your car and drive off to continue your futile lives. Stop playing your childish game so near to our territory. The aliens are coming. We have no time for your foolishness. We must prepare. Enjoy your last 3 weeks of sanity somewhere else.
What's happened to them? What are you doing to them? Stop it! Stop it! You'll kill them!
They deserve to die. Everybody who doesn't see the need to join we sixth senses deserves to die, and the police seem to be stupider than most. Go away, policeman. Warn your friends to stop interfering. Look at them, scuttle away. Too blind to see the need to take the power on offer. Fodder for the aliens, tomorrow's madman. Now, you can go to our headquarters. It's just beyond that hill. You've changed your mind? Oh, don't be frightened. It's the authorities that make us young ones irritable. You'll be safe. You'll learn control. It's fun, Andy. We can do anything. We're like gods. You can be one of us.
No. No, I have changed my mind. I want to go now. I want to go home.
Another one of tomorrow's madmen. In 3 weeks' time, when the aliens return, you'll be screaming with the rest, and I won't even sympathise. Goodbye, stupid!
Oh, I must go, Sal.
At least finish your tea.
It's all right. I'm okay. I can hear a mind up at the crossroads. Young, 14 or so. Kid called Andy. Can you hear him? He wants to join us. He's been badly scared by something. Plucking up the courage to walk the last mile. I'd better...
Look, relax, Tom, please. I can hear him. Seems nice. I'm sure he'll wait. Oh, you look so tired. You need to rest as well as work.
So little time, Sal. There is so little time. There's only 3 more weeks before the aliens come back.
I'll be glad when that 20 weeks deadline is up, so everyone can just learn how stupid they were not to believe you and all the other blue light people.
Don't say that,
Well, they're
Sal.
stupid, Tom. Blind and stupid.
No, they're human.
And us?
Oh, I don't know what to believe anymore, Sal. Perhaps the press is right.
Where's Brian?
He's up north somewhere, trying to get people to join us.
Has he had any success?
Very little. This morning I opened my mind to him, and it's the same reaction wherever he's been. First, disbelief. Then he performs a couple of tricks like a circus entertainer trying to please the crowd. Knocks a tree down by thinking about it, or floats 6 foot off the ground. Anything stupid or childish like that to impress them. And each time he felt a wave of fear wash over him. He let me share the memory. It was frightening, Sal. It was frightening. And then most of them turned down the offer of being trained.
What's happening in other countries?
Exactly the same. I linked into the Blue Light Network last night and spoke to everyone like me, worldwide. The same despondency. We failed, Sal. We all know we failed, and it's hard to live with. Only kids come to us. Right round the globe, it's only kids. The adults mostly don't want to know.
The kids don't help what you're trying to do, and not with the tricks they've been getting up to, frightening people.
I know, but what can you do? They're all we've got, Sal. Just kids. You, Brian, and a few local villages here. That's all we've got in England to fight off an alien threat. What can we do, Sal?
I just hope that they mature very quickly. They're deliberately abusing their powers, behaving like little Hitlers.
Yeah. I'll go and collect Andy. Try to persuade him how serious it all is. Perhaps he'll listen to me, and not to the other youngsters.
Perhaps.
Well, makes it quite clear. The 6 sensors will have to be banned.
All right, you clever clock. So we ban them. How do you propose to enforce the ban?
Prime Minister, you have no right to talk to me in that fashion. I would remind you that we are now a coalition, and I demand to be treated with all due respect.
The Prime Minister is right. Unenforceable legislation is worthless.
We'll make it enforceable.
How?
If we were in control of the situation.
Hang on. Right. Let's yet again quietly state the case. We've got to go on believing that the alien message delivered to us 17 weeks ago that they intended to take us over is true, while convincing the public it's not.
Oh, why not let the public make up their own minds what to believe?
Because it's World Council policy, Freddy, that's why. We can't afford to have riots like the first week after the sources appeared. We got off light in this country. America was awash with blood, and China just as bad.
Mass hallucination.
Whether the flying saucers were hallucinations or not, it happened. All over the world, every capital city saw one appear. We saw ours ourselves, outside that very window. And each country had its own blue light blokes. Normal blokes like Tom Harris, whipped off for a 10-day trip, and then delivered back with their 6th sense revealed, capable of reading other people's minds, thoughts, secrets, nightmares, acting like bleeding supermen, and delivering their alien messages direct to heads of government.
Accept the training by Tom Harris, or go mad.
Aye, and 20 weeks to make our minds up. Give in to their terms, accept the training, or of a world madness.
Madness in the first week.
That was now to do with the aliens, Marty. Just general panic reaction. The World Council thing soon stopped that. Once you've got a policy for the whole world and agreement, there'll be no more hostilities till we've sorted these aliens out. You can soon get the press calming the people down and convincing them it's all baloney.
Yes, but we happen to know that it's not baloney. But what happens in 3 weeks' time when the aliens whip off this protective cover thing and we all receive this sixth sensibility? When it pours into every mind in the world?
We'll all be screaming wrecks within days.
That's where umbrella comes in.
Umbrella?
Aye, umbrella. Now we come to the good news. Remember when the Americans tried to quarantine their blue light bloke in the early days?
You mean when the whole town was wiped out?
50,000 people dead, including troops. Everyone except their blue light man, in fact. Well, they switched on a machine. Sukin. Sir. Get it on the desk from underneath there.
Right, sir. Rather heavy, sir.
Well, come on, give 'em a hand, somebody.
Piece of equipment.
Right. As I was saying, they switched on a machine, just like this, only bigger, and 50,000 people died. Hopefully, our boffins have got the problems ironed out. Because I'm going to switch it on right now.
No, Andy, don't open your eyes. That's it. Just a pinprick of light over to the left. You see it? Behind your mind. You got it. That's the one. Fine. Now, think it out of the way. No, you can't touch it. You just got to think it.
I can't move it, Mr. Harris.
Understand, Andy, your sixth sense has always been there. It's just a point of finding the door. Once you can hold it, you can open it. Once you can open it, you'll understand.
I'm a bit frightened, Mr. Harris.
Don't be. You're nearly there now. We're quite shielded down here. That's why we use this deep cave for training. There won't be many thoughts pouring in. I'll cut you off if it gets too loud, okay? That's it. Fine. Now, you're in control, Andy. You've got it. That's it. Lift the light out of the way.
How? How can I?
Imagine it's hinged. Flip it out of the way.
I can't.
Try. Flip it out of the way. It's the door to power. It must be open.
I can't move it, Mr. Harris, honest.
You can. That's right. Now, it's moving. Keep trying. You've got it opening.
Mr. Harris,
Now.
Mr. Harris,
Now. Now, swing it open. Control the sun. Control all the minds. Control. Now, Andy, now. Control the sun. You're okay now, Andy.
Fantastic.
Yes. It's quite something, isn't it? Bit of a shock at first when you hear people thinking from miles around.
It's all right now. I can control it.
Yes, I know. But it's more important if you control yourself, Andy.
Well, how do you mean, Mr. Harris?
A lot of the young ones have been joyriding, giving people shocks by appearing unexpectedly, that sort of thing.
Oh, I won't do that, Mr. Harris.
I know you won't want to, but when you get to the others... Look, Andy, I'm training people, all we blue light men all over the world, the first ones who were taken off in the flying saucers. We're all training as many people as possible for one purpose, and one purpose only. To try to beat the aliens. Not because it's fun, not because it's fantastic having a sixth sense, being able to teleport, being invincible, that sort of thing, but to beat the aliens so that...
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
I was talking privately. You shouldn't intrude.
We're very sorry, Mr. Harris. Hello again, Andy.
We all want to welcome you.
Take you with us to the hall.
The hall?
Help you settle in.
Would you like that, Andy?
Look, kids, I think...
Come on, Andy. Hold hands. We'll help you.
Teleportation's terrific.
Well, Mr. Harris?
I was in the middle of explaining
He's
to Andy.
trained now.
Your job's finished, Mr. Harris.
We'll show him lots of other things.
Helpful things. Won't we?
Yeah.
You'll be all right with us, Mr. Harris.
We're going to be good boys and girls from now on, aren't we?
Of course we are.
Oh, wait a minute. Come back. Oh, my God.
Tom?
Oh, I didn't hear you arrive.
Are you all right?
Yes. The kids have just been here. Took Andy back to the hall.
Oh, no, I saw the vanishing trick. Tom, they're getting out of hand. You'll have to do something.
No, they're just kids. They'll get over treating the power like a toy. We need them. No more adults have come into the training at all, in spite of Brian's efforts.
So the press have finally succeeded.
Yes. Turned us into monsters. Tools of the aliens. That's so stupid and short-sighted.
Oh, no, perhaps it wasn't the press at all. Perhaps we really are monsters.
That's it, sir.
Now, full power.
There you are. Didn't blow up after all. Calm down. Calm down. It's been well tested. I knew there was no danger.
What's it supposed to do?
It's doing it, Meg. Listen. What do you hear?
A buzzing noise.
Apart from that.
Nothing.
Exactly. No traffic. On the hour exactly, and no Big Ben, thank God. Silence.
Well, what's the point of it?
Pick up the phone, Freddie.
It's dead. Cut off.
Silken, switch on the television, fire in.
Very good, sir. Nothing, sir.
Radio.
Nothing, sir.
And there, gentlemen, you have it. Umbrella.
But what exactly is it doing?
How does it work?
I don't know how the hell it works. I've got no mind for that sort of thing. Something about a lattice work of lasers. But what it does, I do know. For want of a better word, we're sitting inside an invisible bubble made by this little machine. We're cut off from every kind of communication right across the spectrum. The brain boys reckon that the new power that the aliens have threatened to unleash on us will have to come as some sort of electronic wave, and that this machine should stop it.
How many of these umbrella things are there available?
Well, it's about the best bit of cobbling together the world has ever seen. Thanks to the peace pact and panic, we've got enough machines, large versions of this, to sling round the world capitals and major cities before the 20 weeks is up. Enough to get quite a fair section of the population inside and safe.
You say you've got these machines for the capitals and large cities. What about the rest of the country? What about my constituents, the country towns and villages?
Well, we're getting them together as fast as we can, but...
Won't people panic when they know it's time? Funny things start happening and no protection available in their areas.
But we're not going to tell them.
But you've got to...
Don't be daft. We can't tell them. There'll be another bloodbath. People fighting to get to the safety of the cities, we can't allow that. This is all absolutely top secret. Umbrella is not to be discussed with public or press. Got that? Each government shall keep it secret. This is World Council ruling. I agreed, and so must you.
You agreed?
Let me finish. If Umbrella works, as I say, large sections of the population will be safe, and we can get some sort of training program underway, perhaps with the help of these sixth sensor people. If it doesn't work, we've had it anyway. So the first thing is, we've got to find out if it does work.
How do you intend to go about that?
We're going to ask our blue light bloke, Tom Harris, to help us test it.
Just sit back and relax, Donald. It's not going to hurt at all.
Well, all right, Mr. Harris. I feel a bit scary, but I'll have a go.
Good.
Now, what do I have to do exactly?
Well, I'm going to come into your mind, and together we'll find the light that opens
Tom?
up... Hang on a second.
All right, sir.
Will you come to the farm?
Well, I was just going to start off a training session. Is it important?
My mind's open. Have a look.
No, since when?
All morning, but it's been building up for the last few weeks. I didn't want to worry you.
I'll come right over. Try to contact Brian.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Donald. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, I was hoping you'd be able to get me done.
Well, don't worry. You'll have the power by tonight, and it'll be like seeing for the first time. You'll find it very helpful. I must go now. My wife tells me there's a bit of a problem with the baby.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Talking with our minds.
Oh.
Sorry, I've got to go.
Oh, well, I hope it's nothing serious.
Oh, no. It'll be all right.
Shut the door, Silken.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good to see the back of them all, bunch of old women.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Silken.
Thank you, sir.
Well, do you think we convinced them?
Sounded very plausible, sir.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? But if we can't let them in on the truth.
Yes, sir. It is.
Right. Well, you better get it organized. For a start, all people heading for this place in the Midlands stopped and held. Kids as well, all right? At least until after the deadline is up.
Very good, sir. And Tom Harris himself?
Plan still holds. Better send that RM man from the Ministry of Defence to deliver the message. What's his name?
Smith, sir. A.P. Smith.
Yeah, that's the one. Send him. But give him the same cock and bull story we gave the Cabinet. Meeting with me, testing the umbrella, that sort of thing. Wouldn't do if he got a whiff of what's really going on.
Of course not, sir.
As to the venue...
I thought one of the underground atom shelter places would be perfect.
All right. Take your choice and have it adapted as necessary. Let Smith know which one.
Very good, sir. Anything else?
No, that's enough skullduggery for one day.
Right. I'll get moving on the necessary...
Very good.
Arrangements.
Silken.
Yes, sir?
You think I'm doing the right thing?
Well, it's a policy decision by the heads of the World Council, sir.
That doesn't answer the question. You think I'm doing the right thing, lad?
If, as you all seem to believe, the original blue light men and the people they've managed to train, the sixth senses, are the aliens' open sesame to this planet, as it were, well, then you're doing the only thing. The only thing that could possibly save the world, that is.
Thank you, Silken.
Hurry, Tom, please. Oh, at last. Coming up the path now. Opening the door now. Oh, Tom.
Take it easy.
I'm frightened.
Be all right. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner?
I thought it was just something that would pass. It was only a few moments at first, and then Sam would snap out of it. But it's been longer every day until this morning, and look, he just hasn't snapped out of it at all.
Sam? Hey, baby Sam. Nothing. When did it start?
The day after you opened his mind to the power.
Oh, God. Perhaps it was a mistake. I thought the earlier the better, more protected if he grew up with it. Have you been inside his mind to see where he is?
No, I daren't. He seems happy enough. I thought I'd wait till you arrived.
Okay. Did you manage to get Brian?
Yes. He's finishing off a meeting and then he'll teleport. He won't be more than a few minutes.
Well, I'd better go inside, see what baby Sam's up to. Is he reacting to any outside stimulus at all?
No. Watch.
Nothing. External senses completely blacked out. Eyes that don't see. Ears that don't hear. Pinch him.
Oh, no,
Pinch him! Nothing. No reaction. Oh, what have I done to him?
Control 1 to base unit 12. Control 1 to base unit 12. Earthchild approaching too close to mind barrier. Seek and redirect, but do not harm. Repeat, seek and redirect, but do not harm. Over.
I got here as quickly as I could.
Good to see you, Brian.
And you. Sal, what's the problem?
Baby Sam.
Oh, serious?
He's gone for a walk in other people's minds.
How do you mean?
He's closed down his body. His sixth sense has taken over. He's gone on walkabout, look. Wave your hand in front of his eyes.
Ooh, no reaction.
Outside stimuli not getting through to him at all.
Oh, what's he doing in there?
He's flitting from mind to mind. He's on an experience binge, traveling at the rate of knots.
Have you been in after him?
Yes, it didn't do any good. It's like a playful pup. Every time I get near to him, or he sensed me approaching, he just jumped off to another mind.
Can't you just leave him in there till he gets bored, or wants to come home, or gets hungry or something?
He won't get bored. There's too many new sensations, and he's too far away to be aware of hunger. Chances are he could get lost. The chances are he could die.
Tom.
How?
It's absolutely new to me, this complete mind-body separation.
And me. Still, Sam's the first baby who's been given the capacities.
Come on. Do something, the pair of you. Stop blandly discussing him as if he was a...
Look, Sal, we'll do something, but we've got to talk it through. I've got to go in there deep, and I'll need Brian to guide me back. We've got to know between us what we're going to do. This is bigger than the problem of Sam, Sal. When the aliens carry out their threat and the power pours in, every child on Earth has got this coming to them. And we've got to work out an answer.
Admittedly, delicious.
Thought you'd like it. Another cup?
No, thank you.
Ah.
Would you like to tell me
Tell you?
Yes, Mr. Silkin, tell me. It's always been a pleasure to be invited to office tea by the PM's private secretary, but I do feel after all these years that I can sense when there's more to the occasion than meets the eye.
Well, now you mention it, AP, there was a little something. The PM informs me that we've a tiny task to perform. Or rather, you have.
Namely?
To set up a meeting between the PM and Tom Harris.
What?
We need his help.
Tom Harris? Mr. Silkin, you wouldn't do this to a fellow civil servant.
It was the Prime Minister's personal request that you should be the one to carry out the task. Go to Allingbury, collect him.
This man Harris is becoming a habit. You do realize I was the one sent to check him after his disappearing trick in space?
Of course I know. I issued the orders and suggested that Harris, wife and child, along with that detective sergeant fellow, Brian Forbes, should be incarcerated safely in the underground atom shelter.
Yes, sir, you did.
You achieved that object with an aplomb that pleased the PM, hence his request for your further assistance.
You're right. I'm sorry, sir. Like to fill me in on the details?
Certainly.
I'll have that second cup now as well.
Welcome to the hall, Andy. Hello. Thanks for being...
No, we don't walk. Flying, be flying.
Only flying allowed here, Andy. He's frightened.
Don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened.
No need to talk.
Mouths are finished. An open book, your mind.
He is frightened.
Frightened,
Andy.
Frightened, Andy.
Stop. Group mind formed. Andy, we're all one now. Open to us.
No.
See? Just one mass mind, see?
Yes. I can see. All jumbled up together. Why? Why'd you become one like this?
Strong. We're so strong. Could move a mountain. Shake a house. Just like this.
What are you doing? Stop. It'll fall down.
One mind. The English mind can fork the world with lightning. See, Andy? Gods of the universe, masters of the world, rock clouds together, can make thunder.
Stop it! Stop it, please! Please, stop!
Don't be frightened, Andy. You'll be one of us now.
We're going to take you in. You'll be one of the English group minds.
So powerful. We're all over the world. Every country now has their own group mind.
Nothing to be frightened of.
Be part of it.
Not frightening.
When we all join together very soon and become one world mind, then we will be a little frightening, Andy. But not to you. You'll be part of it. You can help us kill off the old ones. It will be fun. Very soon now. Very soon.
No. No. No.
Group mind, reform.
I want to go home.
And welcome a new disciple.
Please, let me go home.
Andrew.
Sam! Where are you? Sam! It's Daddy! Sam! Sam! Sam, where are you?
Tom, pull yourself together.
Pull yourself together. Sorry, Brian. Just getting a bit hysterical. I'm all right now.
Well, share the joke. Could do you some light relief.
It just struck me. Did you ever see Peter Pan when you were a kid?
No, I can't say I did.
Were you in the Tinkerbell?
Yeah, little fairies.
That's the one. The one the kids finally say, well, she's just a light, a little pulsating light, flitting around, completely disembodied. I hear you talking somewhere, inside me, with some part of me, who knows how. I hear you talking, and I hear the voice of you, Brian, 6 foot of detective. And I immediately picture what you look like.
I look through this multicolored gossamer wonderland we're in, Lord knows where, and I see you're the same as me. Just a tiny spark of light flitting round, changing color from white to red to blue to green. Two Tinkerbells adrift in the back of a baby's mind. The essence of you and me is that small. But I go on hearing and imagining 6-footed detective. I see you, Brian.
Quiet. What? I thought... It's him. Sam, he's over that way. But the thought trail goes straight ahead.
He must have cut back on himself. I'll go that way. Stay here. If need be, you can guide me back.
Okay.
Coming, Sam. I'm coming, Sam. Stay where you are. I'm coming. Daddy's coming.
All in buried. Tickets, please. All tickets to be shown, please. Thank you, sir.
A taxi?
Just through the door, sir. Other side of the forecourt.
Many thanks, Collector. You're a credit to your calling.
He's arrived.
He's at the station. Taxi.
Won't take him.
Make him.
Hurt him.
Nip his mind.
No. Wait. It's all right. Offered big tip. Accepted.
Oh, getting in. Mind a jumble.
Driver will take him as far as the crossroads. Frightened. I seen station.
Driver greedy. Easy boy.
Not nice.
Deserves to be hurt.
We'll freeze him. At the crossroads. Crossroads. To the crossroads. Fly.
Very civil of you, driver.
Very civil of you, Mr.
Smith, AP. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out.
You sure your expenses will run to it, Mr. Smith?
No problem, driver. I don't suppose the country will miss the price of a new tank. It's all in a good cause.
Pardon?
I said I don't suppose I could interest you in extending your jaunt, driver. Countryside looking so pretty and all.
Sorry, the crossroads is it. I feel a bit wary going that far, to be honest. But Christmas is coming, and a big tip's a big tip.
Yes, I suppose it will be. Tell me, driver, how are the villagers up there taking the goings-on? Taking it in their stride, are they?
Oh, well, hard to work out, really. Don't see much of them nowadays. I think they've all been trained in this thing, but can't be sure. Yeah, kids certainly have. Hardly dare look at them.
How do you mean?
Well, if they see you watching them, nasty. They turn and stare. Dead cold. Like they see right inside you. You see what I mean? Creepy.
Doesn't sound exactly... Oh, my God! What on earth? Oh, presumably that's the crossroads ahead. Surprise, surprise. Reception committee waiting. 15 or 20 of them, would you say, driver? Average age 16, perhaps? They are a rather scary bunch, aren't they? And all looking this way. Creepy, personified. Your adjective is aptly clarified. Well, I suppose you want to be paid. Driver? Driver?
I've got the driver's mind. Good. Hold him steady.
Smith's putting on a calm face.
Not frightened enough. Make him frightened.
Hurt him.
No. Lift the taxi. Lift the taxi. Float it to him. One mind. One mind. Lift.
Lift? Good God, what's happening? I don't believe it. The wheels are off the ground. We're being floated forward. Fantastic. It would appear our presence is required at the crossroads. Oh, good heavens. Well, here goes, AP. Afternoon, gentlemen. Madam. Lovely day for flying. Yes, lovely day. Who'd think on a day as lovely as today my driver would end up frozen? Still, we live in a wondrous age. Yes, wondrous age. And I face, presumably, a fine example of its wonders. Silent majority. 5, 10, 15. Yes, 15 exactly. 6 senses to a man, or to a boy, should I say. I'm trying to put all my thoughts in the open. I know I can't keep any dark secrets, and I can sense you all nibbling away in the shady recesses at the back there. You must forgive it, in my mind, for its rather old-fashioned reaction to your present demeanour. After all, it shouldn't really be surprised. Fiction becomes fact too often these days to require comment. It only remains to discover which piece of fiction you've escaped from.
We are our own masters, not puppets.
Oh, you can speak. How nice. Your own masters. Invisible strings tie up our lives, unseen until he pulls. But who is he? Only time will tell.
We are our own masters.
I hope for your own sake and the world's you're right. You know who I am, of course.
Smith, AP, an innocuous little person, but enough to mark you out. Tricked Harris before the aliens released his full powers.
Jailed him. Underground atom shelter.
Returned to shoot him. Failed. Now here to request his assistance.
Very good. You are clever.
Don't push too far. You might get nipped. You're surprised by our uninvited reading of your mind. Harris and the other oldies are more genteel than we are. Different generation. The wrong attitude, but for a little while longer, quite harmless.
Oh, do factions appear? Harris and the oldies versus we, knowledgeable youth?
We are simply realists.
We read for a purpose. We wish to know in advance your plots and plans.
Plots and plans, indeed. Sounds not unlike Chinese kitchenware. Not a smile between them. The plight of the next generation of English comedians is not to be envied.
The destruction of mankind is not a laughing matter, Smith. And your government's efforts to blind people to the realities of the situation and of the need to take our training have been all too successful. But there's a high price in suffering the world must soon pay. We young ones worldwide will see to that. You have succeeded in making us media monsters.
Whereas in reality, you're just clean-living, upstanding, normal super monsters.
I warned you. Enough. Smith, the driver has now been conditioned. He'll drive you to the village, deliver your message to Mr. Harris, and leave. Get in the taxi. Next time, step carefully. We're sensitive as well as powerful. Engine. Off you go.
Damn. How many countries have you reported in so far?
All of them, sir.
Same thing everywhere?
Yes, Prime Minister. File doors left open, secret plans scattered about, officers left as disheveled as a child's playroom, and nobody ever caught doing it. No alarms triggered, no locks forced, just doors left open. Security worldwide is in a state of chaos.
Yes, but our project.
Oh, that should still be secure. After all, ours is locked inside umbrella.
Good. What's our RM section make of all these goings-on? Sounds like their territory to me.
Well, they say, hopefully, sixth sense activity rather than alien. They think they may be testing their new capacities on various large projects. The Tower of Pisa being a prime example.
Straightening that showed a sense of humor, if nothing else. It's almost like childish practical jokes, Silken. One so serious it'd be funny. Well, what does the section reckon we should do about it?
Well, they're hoping their man Smith might throw some light on their overall plan, sir. If they have such a thing, that is.
Well, let's hope so. Now, let's get down to business.
Sir.
Have the security boys rigged up our little underground surprise for Harris yet?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. And Silkin,
sir?
Make sure the whole of RM section's kept in the dark about this project.
Oh, yes.
We don't want Smith getting any inkling at all about what's going on. And also, the soldier who's to press the button when Smith, Harris and Co. are in there hasn't got to know why. All right?
Sir.
Tell him it's the conference room ventilator or conversation scramble or whatever.
Very good, sir.
Right. That's your lot.
One thing, Prime Minister. What happens if Harris refuses to meet you?
Silkin, I had hoped that our close cooperation on this venture might have changed your nature slightly. But, Silkin, the reality is you'll go through life being a number one wet blanket.
Sorry, sir.
We'll work on the assumption he will. If he doesn't, we'll have another think. All right?
Very good, sir.
Now, Sam, don't go giving your mum a fright again.
Any thoughts, Brian? No. Don't get it at all. Strange.
Me neither. He'd obviously been sent back. I mean, the command's there as clear as anything.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I'd understand it better if it was one of our lot. I mean, if he'd...
Here on a visit. Put the kettle on, Sal. We don't need a sixth sense to know that he'll be dying for a cup of tea.
Delicious. And my obligatory 2 lumps. I must say, this letting people look round the inside of one's head certainly cuts a lot of waffle. I open up and in you go. You know the most minute details of my mission. You see the Prime Minister's request, see there's no chicanery, make your decisions, and Bob's your uncle. Could, of course, be a danger of honesty becoming fashionable again, but very worrying. Still, that's progress. I must say, I wasn't expecting euphoria, but the government's request for your assistance does seem to be quite reasonable. The only other possible line of defense, if this alien threat does come to pass, is umbrella. So I think it would be best if you did come and test it, and if it doesn't work, give the boffins time to think again. Though there's dashed little time left for thinking. Is anybody there?
Sorry, we're not being negative. We're just talking it through between ourselves.
Oh, I do keep forgetting.
As well as deciding what to do about the kids. We're sorry you were treated so badly by them.
We ought to call a meeting of the whole community and get this sorted out once and for all.
Well, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile so as not to stir up any more adverse publicity. And instead, the village is getting a reputation like a Hammer horror film. You'll have to do something.
Sorry, sir. We'll work on the assumption he will. If he doesn't, we'll have another think. All right?
Very good, sir.
Now, Sam, don't go giving your mum a fright again.
Any thoughts, Brian?
No. Don't get it at all. Strange.
Me neither. He'd obviously been sent back. I mean, the command's there as clear as anything. Keep away. But it's not sixth sense of pattern. It's something else entirely.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I'd understand it better if it was one of our lot. I mean, if he'd poked into a mind that knew he was there and they chased him off home, that would be easy to accept. But, oh, this is something different again.
Well, we've got to find whether it's special to Sam's mind or if there's another deeper pathway for us all to explore. Look, I'll link into the Blue Light Network later, see if anything's been seen internationally.
Okay. You know, Tom, I know this is going to sound crazy, but the pictures Sam's seeing, the memories he's carrying, it's as if he'd stumbled accidentally into, well, I know it sounds daft, but paradise. And the message that comes over loud and clear is keep away, you're too early.
Sal, I'm getting the same feeling. I went deeper and deeper and sensed a paradise beyond. The question is, Sal, is it an alien paradise? A heavenly paradise, or just a bit of Sam's make-believe?
Donald's coming up the drive.
Oh, yeah, shouting away like mad.
He still doesn't believe mind-talking works, so he compensates by booming.
And, surprise, surprise, our old mate and enemy, A.P. Smith, here on a visit. Put the kettle on, Sal. We don't need a sixth sense to know that he'll be dying for a cup of tea.
Delicious. And my obligatory 2 lumps. I must say, this letting people look round the inside of one's head certainly cuts a lot of waffle. I open up and in you go. You know the most minute details of my mission. You see the Prime Minister's request, see there's no chicanery, make your decisions, and Bob's your uncle. Could, of course, be a danger of honesty becoming fashionable again. It's very worrying. Still, that's progress. I must say, I wasn't expecting euphoria, but the government's request for your assistance does seem to be quite reasonable. The only other possible line of defense, if this alien threat does come to pass, is umbrella. So I think it would be best if you did come and test it, and if it doesn't work, give the boffins time to think again. Though there's dashed little time left for thinking. Is anybody there?
Sorry, we're not being negative. We're just talking it through between ourselves.
Oh, I do keep forgetting.
As well as deciding what to do about the kids. We're sorry you were treated so badly by them.
Yes.
We ought to call a meeting of the whole community and get this sorted out once and for all.
Well, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile so as not to stir up any more adverse publicity. And instead, the village is getting a reputation like a Hammer horror film. You'll have to do something, Tom.
Look, if you'd like to go back to talking privately, I'll quite understand. I'll just munch on through the biscuits till a decision is reached.
Thanks.
They've really hurt him, Tom.
I know. The trouble is, how do you punish them? How do you keep them in hand?
I could understand it at first. The joyrides, frolics, giving airline pilots shocks, that sort of thing. Okay, we're older and tone it down, but I know the feeling. When you gave me the power, wow, I felt like a king.
But the kids don't feel like kings, they feel like gods.
I know.
And they're starting to act the part.
There's another thing that really upsets me. It turns out the kids are interfering with the work of the local coppers. Always young offenders. Anyone 20 or under, they offer to train them. Not to help combat the alien invasion, but so they need never fear the police again. And the police, of course, think it's our policy.
And so do the public.
If the kids pick up mind messages without being called, they must be keeping a watch on the police.
Not only the police. They don't mind pushing into anyone's head just for the hell of it. They're having a ball at the expense of our reputation.
What can I do? I can't suddenly set myself up as judge, jury, and public conscience. That's not my responsibility.
But you're the leader.
Oh, are you sure, Sal? Sal, I have no magic solution to make them do what we think is right. People are good, bad, and indifferent. That's human nature. Having another sense doesn't make them any more sensible. Look, Brian, the future of the whole world depends on these kids as much as on us.
Then God help the world.
You do have a responsibility to at least talk to them. To at least tell them that they're doing wrong. Make them see it. But they look up to you. They'll listen.
Okay, all right. I'll talk to them. We'll call a meeting. Let's get it out in the open.
And the Prime Minister?
I'll give what help I can. We'll take baby Sam along to protect us.
Okay.
You look after things here?
Sure.
Settled then. Meeting first, then see the Prime Minister. Right. Let's give AP the good news. Mr. Smith?
Ah, you're back. How nice.
They've decided. A meeting.
All the villagers.
Together. Perfect. Shall we do it then? Soon?
Tonight?
No. Tomorrow. Yes. Kill them tomorrow. Kill.
All the oldies, not Harris. Everybody else.
While he's away.
Yes. Open minds for a vote. Decided. One abstain. Anti-plan. Who? Andy. Burn. Steer. Andy agrees. It's unanimous.
Come. Sylvian. Ute?
Is umbrella switched on, sir?
Oh, good thinking. Right, Sylvian, what is it?
Harris has agreed to come and confer. He's bringing his wife and son.
Good. Transport laid on?
Apparently he's making his own arrangements. RM have had to send a helicopter to lift Smith out of Wallingbury. Some local transport problem. And he's flying direct to the defence establishment, so he's there to greet Harris and family when they arrive.
Good thinking. Everything geared up in the way of equipment?
Yes, sir. All set to be triggered as soon as they're inside.
The personnel who set it up?
They've all been transferred to different units.
Fine. Harris's training place at Wallingbury.
The troops will go in as soon as Harris is known to be clear, sir. Small groups. No unit will be aware why they're setting up the equipment in the particular pattern chosen.
Good. The question is, will it work, Silkin? Will it work?
Right, yes, well, you all know why we're here, and thanks all for coming. The villagers, converts, children. I suggest we speak so we don't get confused with who's thinking out loud at any particular moment.
There's only one voice this side. We are of one mind. It's been agreed I speak for all.
Yeah, but okay, all right. Okay then, Andy, open to us so we can read your thinking.
No.
Andy! It's me you're talking to. It's only days since I taught you how to do this. Why are you acting like this?
Don't let's personalise. For the purpose of this exercise, I'm voice, not Andy. Time is too short for such banality.
Why? Why have you all grown so cold, so distant? You stand there now apart from the rest of us. Why? We're all the same, but you're dividing us. I feel your minds meshed. A wall between us.
We're all in this together. We're all facing the same future with the same uncertainties.
There is no uncertainty. All has been agreed.
I'd like to explain that, Andy.
Voice.
Very well, then. Would you like to explain that? Voice.
Thank you. We know what must be done. We know you Old ones are simply fodder for the aliens. We know your minds are weak and dangerous. We are one, invulnerable. You are individual and therefore vulnerable. What you think of as your newfound strength is in our terms a nothing. You live by yesterday's code, and sadly are considered too old to change. We accept that privacy and individual freedom are dead forever. We are now, when necessary, one mind, one group mind. We are in communion with equivalent group minds throughout the world. When merged, we create a totality so powerful that we could, without moving, change the course of the moon or decide and implement a universal policy for the world. This we intend to do as soon as we have dealt with the aliens. You think in your antiquated individuality that you are powerful, yet you are unknowingly the Achilles heel of our threatened world, and must therefore be Oh, Mr. Harris! Be careful! They're going to...
Yes, Andy. What the hell is it? I think they're consulting. God, look at Andy's face.
Doing something to his mind. Try to break through, Tom.
He's in agony, but no sound. I can't get through. There's a solid wall of pain.
God, they've killed him.
There's a flicker of life. Help him. You idiots. Why did you do such a monstrous thing? Come on, son. Try standing up.
He's not armed. Merely punished. He was about to speak beyond the limitations set by group mind. Personality nearly broke through. We all know it's hard to control, and will be for some time yet. It creeps in uninvited, but we're learning. Punishment procedures have been agreed from our inception. It helps. Cleanses the mind.
You sadistical, brainwashed bastard!
It's been decided we shall not punish you this time, Mr. Harris. You and all the other so-called blue light men are to be treated with respect. But please, don't test our patience too far. To continue.
Oh, no. We've had enough. Don't you see what's happening?
You're letting yourself be dehumanized. That's not what it's about.
It is a gift to enhance mankind, free the individual from his blindness.
You're debasing that gift. It's a talent for progress and self-discovery.
You're turning it into a tool for monsters. You must see what you're doing is madness.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Your face glistens with fear at this threat to your power. The alien's plan is under attack.
Look at yourself.
Don't you realise why you're reacting this way? Don't you realise it's you who's been conditioned?
The government is right.
You and all these other individual sixth senses you created are the real threat to mankind.
Well, must be protected from you.
Mr. Harris, you've enjoyed your moment of glory, pseudo-beneficiary of the mindless mask, in reality, alien tool. You've sucked in their implanted story and swallowed it down without a murmur, without question.
I'm right. I'm right. Open your minds. Open your minds. You've carried out your instructions to the best of your ability. You've tried making a bed for the aliens to walk in and lie down on.
You've tried very hard to be Judas to a whole world. The moment of truth is now.
You have failed. Their plan has failed. And you'll be left alive to pass the message on.
Your mind full of doubt? Turmoil?
Can it be true what is being said? How can I prove it's false?
Round and round it races. Rest easy, Mr. Harris. It's true. But the answer is unimportant. You failed.
That's all that matters. The alien's plan has failed.
We're leaving tomorrow. Our mind groups worldwide have decided, rather than wait for the aliens to arrive, as they anticipate to a comfortably prepared world and a manipulative workforce, we shall search them out in space.
They've made it too efficient. A bad mistake.
We shall let them know in their own world, wherever that may be, the price that must be paid for underestimating mankind. The secret policies and plans of all governments regarding you, individual sixth senses, and the outside alien threat, we have systematically surveyed and approved. If our efforts in the stars for some unforeseen reason fails and the aliens get through, the protection already developed by existing world governments will suffice to ward them off until more adequate facilities are developed.
And every mind groups in all countries shall attend to you. With the individual sixth sense address before we leave. The world should be safe. We journey to explore and revenge.
We shall not return until the alien threat is eradicated. And when we return, we rule. We rule. We rule. We rule.
We rule. We rule. We rule. We rule. We rule.
Tom,
Best leave him be, Sal. He's had a rough ride.
I've never seen him so slumped, so tired looking.
He'll be all right. Just let him sit and think it through.
You're probably right. I'll go and see if Sam's gone to sleep. Put a few things together for tomorrow morning. I think you better pour us all a drink. We need it. I'll be back in a sec. Okay?
Okay.
Do you think that we're all really...
No more questions, Sally. We've all got a lot of thinking to do. Here you are, Tom. Drink this. Scotch. Do you good. You want to talk it through? I'm sorry to give you such a rough time. You know, if it's any consolation, I'm sure they're wrong. They'll be gone tomorrow. We can go back to teaching anyone who's still in...
No more teaching.
Perhaps you're right. Just in case.
You know what frightens me most in all this nightmare? What frightens me most? The fact that they could be right. The kids could so easily be right. And whether right or wrong, a monster's being created that'll never die. Blue light men, they called us. Sounds almost romantic, but blue light men. Taken away by aliens, taught a few tricks, sent back a few days later, messenger boys to a threatened world. The press loved it. Governments hated it and rejected the message we messenger boys brought. With the enthusiasm of zealots, we taught, we messenger boys taught. No deviation, no hesitation. Worldwide, we blue light men unquestioningly spread the word. The mindless missionaries. Oh, why was I so blind? Why didn't I question? Only now, too late, I see the reality. The white men arrived in their longboats. Beached on hot white sands, took a few natives aboard, gave out their trinkets, mirrors, beads, axes, the ability to make instant fire, wampum, the worthless knickknacks of an alien culture. Those few natives went home to unbelieving tribes, showed their toys to wide-eyed, awestruck villagers, and were then believed. The villagers knew these few had indeed mixed with magic men, walked and talked with white gods from an unknown land. They treated them with awe, those few, believed their every utterance, accepted unquestioningly their message. What they didn't know was the high price they would finally have to pay in death, disease, slavery. A syphilis of new belief would eat away their homegrown gods and leave a husk to be filled with white man's ways. A whole way of life was to be the price. Nobody questioned. They simply took the white man's toys and played, not knowing there was a price to pay. Where are they now? The simple souls of yesterday who believed what they believed and were happy in their ignorance. Where are they now? Where are their gods? Where is their laughter? Gone forever. And bought so cheap. Sucked in, chewed up, and finally, fit for our version of civilization, sicked up into a pool called acceptable, integrated. Oh, progress is a wonderful thing, Bry. A world full of plastic look-alike people taught from childhood to conform. Everybody to be given the benefits so no one suffers the deprivation of native simplicity. A world of same, bought with missionary baubles. The little tricks I was given to take back to my tribe is nothing but galactic wampum. I accepted it unquestioning, and now we'll pay the price. With the box of tricks, I've struck a spark that will burn the world we know away forever, and there is no way of putting out the flame. They'll suck us in, chew us up, and spit us out. Acceptable. Use us, abuse us, teach us new ways of living, of dying, force on us their beliefs, their traditions. Teach we children to conform. And finally, in some far distant day, we will be integrated into the galaxy. Brian, I've helped murder a world. How can I live with that? How can I possibly live with that? They spoke the truth. I am a Judas. And now I have to go and help my government, who don't realize I've already sold their world for 30 worthless pieces.
Want to come into the guardhouse, sir? Warm yourself up a bit.
No, thank you, guard. I'll pace on.
Shouldn't they be here by now?
Yes.
HQ's on every couple of minutes, getting a bit aggravated. How they come in, by the way? They don't seem to know at HQ.
Pardon?
How they come in? Car?
I don't know. Probably just drop in unexpectedly.
Ah.
I'll pace on.
Well, how do you mean? Drop in? Helicopter or what?
I'll come in.
Oh, good. I'll open up. Gets a bit lonely in here. No one to talk to. Sorry it's so cramped. I threw this inner perimeter fence thing and a second guardhouse up in a sort of hurry. So they tell me.
So they tell you? Aren't you a regular here?
No, I drafted in late last night. Oh, like a peppermint, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all the troops on guard round here are fresh from battalion. Yeah, blokes on the main gate and fence, that is. And over there by the concrete blockhouse, you see them?
Yep.
Yeah, that lot there in the far woods making a terrible mess of camouflaging their equipment. Some other mob. A useless bunch as well. Our sergeant had never let them get away with such a shoddy job. Have their guts for garters. I mean, look. You can see the nose of that tank with your eyes half shut.
Yeah. Does seem rather bristling, considering the peaceful nature of the visit.
Well, keep it to yourself, but I do hear the PM's going to be arriving later, when you lot have got into that underground place. I still suppose you know that, don't you? Government and all.
Well, I wouldn't...
There's the menu. There's the menu. Are you receiving me? Over.
Here we go again. Venue to base, receiving you loud and clear, over.
Any sign of subject 1, over.
Oh, no, they're bleeding, isn't it? If I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. I'll call you when he gets here, over and out. Now, work. Hello. Oh, yes, sir, he is. He's with me now. It's for you, Mr. Smith. RM section head or something. Is that your boss?
Ah, yes. Must think there's a kettle in here or something. Would you excuse me, guard?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, speaking. You're putting me through. Good. Geoffrey, how nice. How's Marge and the children? Of course you didn't. It just seemed uncivil not to ask. How did you find me in this little... Oh, I see. Well, what can I do for you, Geoffrey? No, not yet. Well, he didn't say a time. No, I think the idea is that we go in first, make ourselves at home, and PM and representatives arrive post-haste when they know we're safely ensconced. Oh, yes, I know these shelters very well indeed. Very underground and very comfy. What exactly do you mean, Geoffrey? Surely if anything was going on, they'd have told us. Oh, now that's rather interesting. The place is rather a bristle. How do you hear? Oh. I see. He should be nameless. Well, I can't see what I can do about it, apart from going so far as to refuse to go underground with them. No, of course I can't. Very well, Geoffrey. Look after myself. Geoffrey, that sounds depressingly ominous. Oh, by the way, if anything terrible happens, you can have my China tea set from the flat. Yes, I will.
Civilian parties arrived, Corp.
All right, lad, I'll tell the gent.
Oh, they've just arrived. I must leave. Bye-bye.
Harris family are arriving at the venue, sir.
Thank God for that. I was starting to think the whole plan would crumble. How long ago?
About 2 or 3 minutes. They've just set off across the compound to the lift.
Good. Everyone there know their individual jobs?
Yes, sir. But not why.
All right.
And the troops are now on the move and ready to surround Allingbury.
How long before they arrive at their final positions?
20 minutes maximum, Prime Minister.
By which time Harris and family should be well taken care of. Right? Keep your fingers crossed, Silkin. Keep me posted.
Certainly. Oh, and by the way, the head of our M section's been on panicking about his man Smith. He's somehow got wind something's on, sir.
They're too late to do out about that. You just have to lump it. Better fob him up with something.
I did, sir. Told him we'd see him tomorrow AM and have a chat. I'll cancel the appointment first thing.
Good lad.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Back to your hotline, Silkin. Keep me informed on the progress.
The soldiers are on the move, heading this way, heading for the village.
How long? 17 minutes.
Soldiers. 5 units.
When do we attack?
Not yet. Wait till they're positioned.
Soon. Very soon.
Take over their mine. Freeze all troops. Yes, yes, yes. Then into the village. Yes, 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 yes.
Death to the individual's sixth senses.
Death to the oldies.
Death to the aliens' helpers.
Death to the aliens' helpers. Death to the aliens' helpers.
It's just over here, sir.
Sergeant, please, the baby's asleep.
Oh, my apologies. Oh, let me do that for you, sir.
It's all right, Sergeant. My palm print opens all the underground shelter lifts right across the country. I occasionally have to... Oh, it doesn't seem to work.
No, sir. Special. I'll do that for you, sir. I think my palm print and the commander's are about the only two that operate this particular one.
Since when?
Well, I was brought in late last night, sir, when the original lot were about to be moved on.
The original lot?
Yes, well, if you'd like to go in, Mr. and Mrs. Harris, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Harris, I know you're not feeling terribly talkative at the moment, but it might be rather important you have a glance through this gentleman's mind.
No.
Look, I strongly recommend you do. My head of department rang me less than 5 minutes ago and told me there's something terribly fishy going on and that he's been kept in the dark about it. He's also checked with ministerial transport and discovered that no arrangements have been made to bring the Prime Minister or any of his staff to this establishment at any time today. The Sergeant might have some helpful information.
Would you kindly get into the lift, sir? I've got to report in.
A minute, Sergeant. It could be a trap.
It's all right, Mr. Smith. I've read him. He doesn't know anything. All he has to do is report when the indicator shows we've reached the bottom of the shaft and got out. Oh, and that the lift returned empty. That's right, isn't it, Sergeant?
Oh, miss? Oh, that's damn clever. How'd you know that?
Well, what about...
I've read everybody within range. Nobody, including you, knows what's going on, from majors down to squaddies. It looks as though it's all right. There's no danger, no threat apparent.
Oh, you're the expert, Mrs. Harris, but I have the strangest of feelings about this whole venture. All right, Sergeant. You may close the lift doors.
Sir.
It's all right, sir. It's only a lift.
Well, here we are, nicely packed together. I suppose as I'm the nearest, I should be the one to press the button to descend. Yes, that's what I should do, press the button. Just one button provided. Just asking to be pressed. That's what I should press, that one button.
It's all right, Mr. Smith. I've looked. Nothing out of the ordinary. Contactors, wiring, straight to a lift panel. Nothing to worry about at all.
Well, how pleasant. Better press on, then. Here goes.
Yes, sir, this second. I brought the lift straight up again, sir, as instructed, and it was empty. Pardon, sir? A panel? No, I didn't see... Oh, I see, sir, right by the phone here. Yes. Open it up? Oh, just a tick, sir. Got it. Bit of a beggar, if you don't mind my saying so, sir. A beggar, sir. Yes, I can, sir. The one marked vent. You switch it to the on position and leave it on no matter what. Certainly, sir. No problem at all.
Hello, base control. Well, we're just on the outskirts of Allingbury now, approaching our final position. No problem, except there's kids hovering in every lane we turn down. Hordes of them.
Red Patrol, when you reach your destination, wait for switch-on signal. You're being synchronized.
Red Patrol to base, message received. Hang on, base, we're just turning into final position area. Stopping. Would you bleeding cocoa? More kids. Hang on, base, I'll just...
Hello, Red Patrol. Hello. Oh, this is base. Are you receiving me? Red Patrol, this is base. Are you receiving me? Over.
Soldiers frozen, immobile minds.
Wide eyes stare.
They look very silly.
Leave them. There's work to do.
Hello, Brian.
What? Oh, you made me jump. Where did you all appear from? I thought I'd catch up with some gardening while Tom's away. Well, you're looking very much like a deputation spread around the garden fence like that. What can I do for you? Why are you all looking at me like that?
We decided to start with you because you're the strongest, Brian.
Start with me? What are you talking about?
The soldiers are going to surround the village with a thing called umbrella. Keep us all in.
We've taken their minds over for a little while. Stop them. While we do what we have to do, Brian. Then we're going to go out and make them switch on.
What you have to do? I don't understand.
Before we go to the stars, Brian.
We're going to the stars, Brian.
It's easy, Brian. All the mine groups all over the world are going. It's dead easy.
No suits or ships or anything. Just mines.
Each to a different sector.
We're all going hunting, Brian. We're going hunting aliens. We're going to teach them a lesson.
After we do what we have to do.
And what have you to do before you go and teach the aliens a lesson?
We have to kill you, Brian. Sorry. We have to kill you.
We have to kill all the sixth senses who don't belong to a mine group.
So the aliens can't use you.
You can't kill me, you know that. I'm invincible, like every sixth sensor.
Only your body's invincible, Brian. Only your body. Your mind is wide open to us and defenseless to a group mind. We checked this morning on Andy's mind. He's dead now.
You bastard!
And your mind? A soft, ripe peach facing a red-hot poker, Brian.
We're going to burn it out, Brian, your mind. We're going to burn it out.
Sorry, Brian.
Sorry,
Brian.
Sorry, Brian.
Sorry,
Emergency. Control 1 to all units. Disband alien threat syndrome. Disband alien threat syndrome. Return to base immediate. Repeat, return to base immediate. Mind groups are about to leave Earth on hunt and destroy missions. You are vulnerable. Control 1 to all units. Return to base immediate.
You have no right to organize it without consultation. It had to be done secretly, can't you see that?
I can only see that you've jeopardized a good working relationship by your high-handedness.
Not to mention putting the whole country to risk by the amazing way you've messed it up.
Order! Thanks, Fred. I had called you together to tell you the operation was a success, and our plan had worked. And you arrive, just as it turned into a major cock-up.
What exactly was the plan?
Quite simple, really. Umbrella cuts off all possible communication by throwing up an impenetrable bubble around a specific zone. Our plan was to have two of these things. One would cut off the six senses, and the other would encompass all the soldiers watching them, creating an umbrella sandwich. Well, it worked for the Harris family. We got them held safe and tight. But Allingbury's gone very wrong. Very wrong indeed. They kept information to a minimum, but the plan was still blown. And now, half the British army's ended up frozen dumb in some bloody field.
Sir, it's all right, sir. It's all right. Isn't that absolutely wonderful?
For God's sake, Silkin, calm down and show a bit of respect.
But it's worked, sir. The plan has worked. The soldiers came out of their trance. No one, as far as we can see, has even left the village. And the double umbrella's been switched on. The machinery is protected, and all the sixth senses are trapped.
Are you all right?
Oh, Sal, I have never felt so happy in my life.
Do you think you could manage a peck to welcome me back to the land of the living?
Oh, more. Much more.
Oh, I've never seen such a show of juvenility in all my life. A moment as potentially portentous as this, and you two end up cuddling. It's ridiculous.
Oh, but don't you see, Smith? We are prisoners. Isn't that marvellous?
Prisoners? Marvellous? What's marvellous about being a prisoner? Anyway, you're a sixth senser, walk through walls and all that business. You have us out in a jiff. Come on, Mr. Harris, get up.
Not out of this one, Mr. Smith. It turns out that we're not that superior after all. Surround us with a latticework of lasers, and that's us, neutralized. It's fantastic. For the first time in weeks, I'm not battling to keep other people's thoughts out of my head. I'm not receiving a thing apart from in this room.
I wondered why I felt so good. You're right, Tom. It makes a nice change not to have to work it, not overhear it all the time.
God. How long will we be kept here for?
Until the deadline is passed in 2 weeks' time, I imagine. When we should have been needed by the aliens who can't get to us, or by the government who can. So sit back and enjoy yourself, Mr. Smith. You've got at least 2 weeks to go before you see real sunshine again.
Shut the windows, Elgin.
It's just unbelievable, sir. You can actually hear them celebrating in Trafalgar Square.
Aye, London's gone mad, all right. Never seen out like it since we won the World Cup.
Do you really think it's true? The aliens are not coming.
Looks that way. 3 days past deadline day and nothing.
But how can we be sure the threat has passed for good?
We live in a wondrous age, Hilton. The Boffins have really pulled the stops out this time. They've been over space with a fine-tooth comb, satellite checks, observatory probes, the lot. The universe is clear, Silken. There's no alien threat within light years of us. They've gone away, changed their plans. Oh, our plan worked.
Yes, sir.
Either way, the world's now free to go back to its former stupidities without outside interference.
Do you think it will, sir?
No. I think we've all learned a lesson, Silken. Leastways, for the world's sake, I hope we have. Perhaps that's what the aliens planned all along.
What about the sixth senses, sir? Aren't they going to overreact to being cooped up all this time?
We'll switch off the umbrella at the underground place today, have a chat with Tom Harris, then send him off to Allingbury to explain to the other six senses why we did what we did. I think they'll understand. Smith can go along to keep us informed on their reaction. Set it up, Silken. We'll go and see them after the final coalition cabinet meeting today.
The final meeting, sir?
Yes, final meeting, Silken. I'm going to give them all a glass of champagne to celebrate, you included.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And then I'm going to tell all those namby-pambies exactly what I think of them. What I think of their chances in the election I'm going to call immediately to finally get those overblown, conceited, opinionated, flummy old women out of my hair for good.
Is it okay, Colonel?
My orders are to let you and Mr. Smith do exactly what you think best, sir.
Right. We'll go into the village, then.
Tom?
No, sir.
There's nothing coming out at all. Not one mind broadcasting. It's as still as death.
Perhaps they all went away before umbrella switched on.
Tom, I think I can sense. I think I know.
Stay here, Sal. I shan't be long, Colonel.
Very good, sir.
Come on, AP.
I want to come with you.
Look, it may be best that you don't, Mrs. Harris. It doesn't feel right, even to me.
He's right, Sal. It's best you stay here.
God.
Hello, Brian. You as well. Tending your flowers, were you? Did they hurt you much? Did they look at you while they killed you? While they burned out your mind? Did they look at you with those innocent young eyes of theirs? Why? Warm. Oh.
Sorry, Tom. Very, very
known, Brian. I'd never have told you. Believe me, if I'd known... You're not alone. Everybody else is with you, the whole village. I promise the kids will never hurt you again. They're gone. Gone for good, I think. Where have you gone, Brian? Where have you gone? Oh.
Come along, Mr. Harris. There's nothing you can do.
They're finished. That was the last of them. They cleared the village. AP supervised it all, wouldn't let anyone help. I think we should move on.
Yes. Yes, sir, you're right. Look, we'll stay here for tonight. The army padre said he'd hold a service tomorrow in the village church. Just you, me, and him. They're going to keep the press out for the time being.
You all right now?
I'm fine now. Oh, Brian shook me up most.
Oh.
Looked as though he'd put up a big fight. There was so much pain written on his face.
Why didn't the aliens carry out their threat?
Oh, God knows. Perhaps the kids were right. Perhaps they intended to use sixth senses. Not enough of us left, so the plan's cancelled. We'll never know for sure.
Do you think they were right to murder?
No. I just feel guilty. Monstrous creeds breed monstrous deeds.
Where do you think they've gone?
Off to the stars. Alien hunting. Oh, no more teaching, Sal.
No more teaching, Tom. What? Sam, what's the matter with you? Mummy and Daddy want to talk, all right? There's a good boy. Oh, I feel drained, Tom. Absolutely drained. These last 20 weeks have been...
Oh, yes, they've been exhausting, Sal. And what a horrific finale. Nobody left to open our minds to. All dead. You and me, sole survivors in England.
Daddy, the men said you can come in now. The door is open.
Tom.
Fred, Sal.
Daddy, the men said you can come in now. The door is open.
God, he's too young. He's never put 3 words together in his life before. He's too young. Oh, my God, I'm frightened. He's only a baby.
I know that, Sal. I'm just as frightened. Sam, what men said this?
The nice men, Daddy. Behind my head. The secret place. They do keep our way down. The door is open, Daddy. The men are waiting. The nice alien men. They are waiting.
Tom. What does it mean?
It means the kids won't find the aliens out in space. They're already here.
Control 1 to all units. Final Phase 7 reveal is about to take place. Mind barriers have now been removed. Repeat, mind barriers have now been removed. All units may return to normal duties. Control will now deal direct with blue light representatives worldwide. Congratulations, all units, on successful operation. Planned integration of Earth into our control system is now guaranteed.
James Lawrenson and Hannah Gordon played Tom and Sally Harris in The Silent Scream by Wally K. Daly. A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett, Prime Minister, Colin Douglas, Silkin, Peter Wickham, Brian Forbes, Eric Allen, Andy and Sam, Elizabeth Lindsay. First boy, Andrew Branch, girl, Alison Draper, second boy, Tim Bentinck, third boy, Susan Sheridan. Police Constable and Sergeant Gregory de Paulnay, Cabinet Minister and Second Lieutenant Philip Voss, Gloria Devine, Brenda Kay, Opposition MP and Ticket Collector Peter Williams, Villager and Taxi Driver Philip Sully, and Alien Controller Manning Wilson. The Silent Scream was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Planned integration of Earth into our control system is now guaranteed.
Daddy? Daddy? The men say you can come in now. The door in my mind is open. Do you hear me, Daddy? You can come in now. The men said so.
He's too young, Tom. He's never put 3 words together in his life before. I'm frightened.
I know that, Sal. I'm just as frightened. Now, what men said this, Sam? What men?
The nice men, Daddy. The nice alien men. Behind my head. The secret place. They're waiting.
Control 1 to all units. Control 1 to all units. The final phase is underway. I repeat, the final phase is underway.
With a Whimper to the Grave, by Wally K. Daly. With John Shrapnel as Tom Harris, Maureen O'Brien as his wife Sally, Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith, Patrick Troughton as George, Angela Thorne as the Prime Minister, and Timothy West as 642. With a Whimper to the Grave.
Are you about ready, sir?
Aye, tap your glass of Perrier water, Silkin, and let's get on with it.
Very good, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, pray silence for the Prime Minister.
I'll keep it brief. As you all know, there was an alien threat. And there's no denying the second factor. Some people around the world, these so-called sixth senses, did indeed develop amazing powers, walking into and out of each other's minds. Telepathy, that kind of thing. An ability to read exactly what everyone around them was thinking. Very nasty. But it seemed expedient at the time, against what appeared to be the double threat of the potential alien arrival, plus this sixth sensor thing, to form, for the very first time in history, a World Council. But the aliens didn't come. And so, it's time, I and my party believe, to disband it. And I intend to call a general election immediately. But gentlemen, and ladies, of course.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Rest easy in your beds. The alien threat is behind us forever.
You can come in now, Daddy. They're waiting. You can come in now, Daddy. They're waiting.
Sam, for God's sake, shut up, shut up! Oh, Sam, I'm sorry.
Lay Sam down to sleep now, Sally. It's time I went into his mind.
No. You can't go.
I've got to.
You've done enough, Tom. It's time this whole nightmare ended.
It's the only thing I can do. I owe it to the ones who accepted my teaching to find out the truth about the aliens and the sixth sense.
You owe nothing to anybody except to me and baby Sam. Think of what we've already been through and just forget the others.
Forget? How do you forget the fact that because of me, hundreds of people are now dead? People I taught. Their minds burnt out, cindered. How do you forget the looks on their faces? How?
It wasn't your fault. weren't to know that the children you taught would misuse the sixth sense power in such an evil way.
It was my fault. How can I be expected to just forget, Sal?
All right, perhaps forget is the wrong word. Perhaps start to live again would be better. They've gone now. The children have gone. Off into space, looking for aliens.
They went looking in the wrong place. For the last 25 weeks, I've been striving to give everyone this amazing power that the aliens gave me. To stop the aliens taking over the Earth. And Sam says, "Come into my mind, Daddy, they're waiting." And now I realize, without a doubt, that they're already here. Yes, here, in this very room. Sitting, waiting, at the back of our baby's mind. And now, I must go through his mind and talk with them.
Control 1 to all units. Control 1 to all units. Earth subject known as Tom Harris is now approaching base and will enter shortly. The conduit being used is the mind of his own child. Harris must not be destroyed when he enters base. Repeat, he must not be destroyed. For the time being.
Mrs. Harris. Mrs. Harris, I really do need to talk to you. How long has your husband been like this? How long since he...
Went walking through our baby's mind.
Walking through his mind?
Yes. I can't explain. It's just something we people with this sixth sense power can do. And Tom did it. He lay down on the bed here, closed his eyes, and let his mind go walking through the mind of baby Sam. For a while, Sam lay equally still, but suddenly he sat up and wanted to play, and he was just a baby again. It was as though Tom had passed through his mind and moved to somewhere else, some other plane, and that Sam was no longer needed. And Tom hasn't moved from this spot since. Hasn't woken, but hasn't slept either, hasn't eaten. It doesn't appear to breathe. I couldn't find a pulse. I can't read his mind. Almost as though he was... Finally, I thought I'd better call you in. See if it's time to put his body on a drip feed or something until he comes back.
How long has he been like this?
3 days now.
You should have called me in sooner, Mrs. Harris. I might have been able to help.
Might? You say might have been?
Yes. I'm sorry, there's no easy way of saying what I have to say, so best I just say it and get it over with. I'm afraid your husband is dead, Mrs. Harris.
No.
Well, I'm sorry, he's dead.
No!
There we are, AP. Brewed to perfection.
Darjeeling?
A slightly more subtle blend. I think you'll like it. It's not too presumptuous.
Superb scent, sir.
But not overstated.
Quite. Ah, that is delicious.
Have you managed to finish your report yet?
Well, I was just approaching the finale when you kindly summoned me to take tea.
Any conclusion?
Well, it seems the government had got it right. The World Council would no longer serve any useful purpose. The aliens didn't arrive as promised, or perhaps hinted at might be a better word. One feels it would be somewhat churlish to say thank God, but thank God.
Amen to that.
So we can once more rest safely in our beds. Our own elections out of the way, a new leader at the helm, new start to be made.
Fascinating result.
It's quite amazing. Awful shock for the XPM, of course.
Of course, who would have believed it?
So, presumably with the world back to normal, we can all return to our familiar internecine stupidities and little local wars.
Unfortunately, not quite so straightforward, AP.
Ah, pity that. It does rather explain this surprise tea party, though.
Afraid so. It seems Tom Harris and all the other Sixth Sense leaders throughout the world have apparently frozen in some sort of catatonic state, indistinguishable from death, and are all said to have gone to a secret place behind the mind for further discussions, allegedly with the aliens. The PM's private secretary would like to see you within the hour to discuss this latest development.
The new PM's PS? Be a pleasure to meet her, or him, as the case may be.
Him, actually. PM's decided to keep on friend Silkin for the time being.
Silkin? Not Silkin again, sir.
I'm afraid so.
Damn.
More tea, AP? And how long have you been with my department now, Geoffrey?
2.5 years.
Good, so you do know our little ways.
Yes, sir.
Well, I must admit the reports I've received on you so far are excellent.
Thank you, sir.
And I think... No, I am actually sure that you will serve our purpose admirably.
Purpose?
1 second. I'll close the door. One can't be too careful these days.
Mr. Vere, if anyone calls, I'm not to be disturbed. Except for the PM, of course.
Very good, Mr. Selden.
Better security conscious and safe than slack and sorry.
Of course.
Now, you've heard of the religious manifestation section of the Ministry of Defence.
I've heard of them, yes. But I'd be hard-pushed to say what they get up to.
Well, since World War II, they have checked out ESP, PSI, telepathy, the whole gamut of the lunatic fringe mental telepathic shooting match.
Oh.
Flying saucers through to things that go woo-woo in the night.
I say, that's rather good, sir.
Yes. Now, Geoffrey, you are going to be attached to the RM section.
Oh. Well, I do rather enjoy working for you, sir. For your department, that is. We do seem, if you don't mind me saying so, to match up quite well.
You have rather missed the point, Geoffrey.
Have I, sir?
Yes, totally.
Oh, awfully sorry.
That's all right, to be expected. You see, you will still be working for me as well, but no one at the RM section will be aware that you are reporting back to me.
They won't?
No. One other thing.
Sir?
Put this on, would you? And wear it at all times until the operation is successfully concluded, that is.
A necklace?
No, not a necklace, Geoffrey. It's a band, a metallic band, yes. A necklet, perhaps. But a necklace? No. Word gets out that one is giving one's junior staff necklaces, Geoffrey, and before you know it, all sorts of unlikely rumours will be flying about the place.
Oh, gosh.
Now, as you know from the press, Sally Harris can allegedly read people's minds.
Really, sir? I didn't know that.
Allegedly. Wearing that necklet when you finally get into her presence will ensure that she cannot read yours. If the boffins are to be believed, it'll block off your brain waves completely. And as it is essential to the plan I have in mind that she doesn't know what I intend, best you wear it all the time from now on.
Very good, sir. I think I'll be able to manage without having any brain waves for a while.
Beg pardon?
Were you saying it stops brainwaves, sir? And I was saying I could do without any brainwaves for a little while.
I think we can do without any juvenile attempts at humour. The world's not out of the woods yet, you know, Geoffrey.
Sorry, Uncle.
And never again refer to our family connection, Geoffrey. You achieved your present job purely on your own ability. Always remember that.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Mrs. Harris, your husband's body must be removed now.
It's not a body, it's Tom you're talking about, and he's alive. Somewhere in there he's alive. Look, there's no rigor mortis, no loss of colour. He's not dead, just in some sort of very deep sleep.
Medically, Mrs. Harris, he is dead. And my official duty is to report this and arrange for the appropriate authorities to remove the corpse.
Do you know who you're talking to, Doctor? Do you know what I'm capable of doing? What powers we sixth sensors possess?
Mrs. Harris.
Don't you realize I could lift you to the ceiling just by thinking about it?
Oh, Mrs. Harris. Oh, put me down.
Turn you upside down and try to shake some sense into you.
No, the blood's rushing to my head. Oh, tell me the right and wrong, Mrs. Harris. Oh, please. Oh, I'm not a young man.
Without moving from where I stand, I could open the front door.
What's happening?
And that window. And create enough draft to blow you back to your car, you stupid, insensitive, heartless little man. My husband is not dead. No. He's not dead.
Mr. Harris?
I heard. Oh, God, I heard. It feels as though 1,000 darts, every nerve end screaming.
Mr. Harris?
The pain, it's too much.
Computer indicates potential breakdown of subject is once more imminent.
My arms, my legs, my head, everywhere. Agony.
Mr. Harris, you have no body here. You are just a spirit, the very essence of yourself.
Help me.
Listen. Concentrate on my voice. It's simply ghost pains in non-existent limbs. Gently, Mr. Harris. Surface gently. It's only your imagination.
Computer indicates imminent breakdown of subject's consciousness. subject unconscious. Repeat, subject once more unconscious.
Right, make your lads. Well, that's about it, Prime Minister. It's funny calling you Prime Minister when it's not 5 minutes since everyone was calling me the same thing.
That's democracy, George, as we both very well know.
I know, but I mean, your lot getting in. I can hardly credit it even now.
Don't be hurtful, George. The signs were there for you all to see. It's just that your lot all decided to close their eyes to the realities.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Oh, well.
George, I have to ask, those curtains, did you choose them, or do they actually belong here?
Well, they come with the place, I'm afraid.
They're simply ghastly colour. They'll have to go forthwith.
Might put you off your morning coffee.
Guaranteed.
Hey. Well, Silken will see to that, if you let him know.
George, what's the latest on this Harris man?
Oh, him. To all intents and purposes, medically dead. Local doctor passed it along. No pulse, no heartbeat, no brainwave pattern, nout. The wife is standing by the body and refusing to let any of our medical people take it away for want of a better word, as Silkin would no doubt put it, extra tests.
But presumably a more precise phrasing would be confirmation of death and disposal of the corpse.
I could say that. Disposal, at least, seems sensible, just in case, like. Of course, it's no longer my decision. The ball's in your court now.
Not quite, George. I had this in from the Secretary of the World Council just before you arrived. He says they were on the point of winding up when this...
Oh, good Lord. All the Sixth Sense leaders in the world?
Yes, it would appear they've all gone catatonic. So God knows what's being plotted now.
There's only one thing to do, Marge.
Exactly. You got it right first time. Tom Harris's body must be disposed of. Before his mind comes back from wherever it's travelling to repossess it. The same is being done in every capital city in the world. Our problem is how to get Mrs. Harris and those amazing powers of hers away from her husband's body long enough to attend to it.
And I think I know the perfect fellow for the job. Absolutely perfect.
Good. Thought you might.
Control 1 to all units. Control 1 to all units. All subjects showing signs of unexpected stress and resistance to revival. Master computer indicates that it will facilitate their revival if subjects are allowed to create a body and environment for themselves. All units will implement this immediately. Body copies to be created. Body copies to be created.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know who you are? Do you know who you are?
No.
Your name is Harris. Tom Harris.
Tom Harris.
Open your eyes, Tom. Open your eyes.
Oh, God. I'm blind. I'm blind. There's just blackness, endless blackness.
No, you're simply not allowing yourself to see. You are in the most perfect, most idyllic environment that your heart can desire and your mind can visualize. Close your eyes once more. Good. Now, listen. What do you hear?
A brook. Birdsong. Insects.
Do you know where you are?
In the country. A quiet place I used to go to with someone I loved. I can't remember the name. The sun always seemed to shine there. So beautifully warm.
Can you feel it on your face now?
Yes. It's a summer day. And I can feel the grass mossy under my back. I'm being shaded from the sun by a tree that's between me and the brook. Over that way. The breeze shifts the leaves occasionally.
Now, you can open your eyes again.
I was right. It's the same copse where I used to lie on a summer day with someone. But how did I get here?
Your mind brought you here. It's as simple as that.
Where are you? I can hear you quite clearly, but I just can't see you.
I'm here.
Oh, yes. Now I see. But not your face. The sun behind you, it's hazing you.
I'll move a little out of its light. You'll be able to see me clearly then. But you know already, don't you?
It's not possible. It's just not possible. You're dead. I'm sorry, but you're dead. I was at your funeral with Mum all those years ago. I'd like it to be you, but I know that's just not possible.
I'll move so you can see me then.
Dad! Dad, is it you? Is it really you?
Yes. For a little while, son, you've brought me back to life.
Take a seat, would you, AP? Well, good to see you.
And you, sir? Is it Harris again?
Afraid so. You've heard.
Yes, my chief told me. Catatonic state. By earthly standards, a dead man. Same thing being reported right around the world.
Exactly. Fascinating. No, not fascinating, AP. We have to face this new danger by knowing exactly what is being planned. And you, as a friend of the Harris family...
Hardly a friend, Mr. Silkin. On the few occasions I met them, they say hello to me, and then, acting on orders, I have them locked up in a 20th century version of the dungeons. I don't think...
But Mrs. Harris trusts you. She may talk to you when she wouldn't talk to anyone else.
I was rather hoping that one had put this whole sixth sensor business behind one, sir.
Well, AP, one hasn't.
So, I suppose one ought to head back to the village of Allingbury with all speed. See if she'd like a chat.
One most certainly ought.
Oh.
Tea first, of course.
But of course.
Am I dead? Am I dead as well as you?
No, Tom, you're not. You're somewhere between life and death. Outside your mind and adrift from your real body, but not dead. At this moment, your real body is where you left it. Your cottage in Allingbury. Remember?
But of course, it's coming back. Sally and baby Sam. And I walked through his mind.
Yes, now, to all intents and purposes, that body, the one you left behind, is dead. And could be proved so by any test known to medical science.
And Sally?
She doesn't believe it. Purely instinctive. She has no proof, but simply believes.
So, I'm not dead. I'm not alive. Well, what am I?
You are the spirit of Tom Harris. And that is why the body at Allingbury appears to be dead. You left it behind and travelled through your son's mind to this, our domain.
A garden. Peaceful garden. Is this what we can expect after death? I mean, is this where you are?
No, Tom. Like the body you're wearing now, this whole environment is your creation.
But why? Why should I produce such a thing?
It was decided it was for the best. When they tried to bring you to consciousness, just your spirit, you were in agony. If you lose a limb, you go on feeling pain, agonizing pain, even though the limb is only a ghost. You've been separated from your whole body, Tom.
Do you mean... God, yes, now I remember. I heard a voice calling when I was in Sam's mind, and there was almost a velvet archway lighter than the darkness around. And that's where the voice was coming from. And I floated towards it and went through, and then... agony. Excruciating agony in every muscle, every fibre, every sinew, tearing my mind with the pain.
Yes, but simply ghost pains. So they decided to let you create a new temporary body here, as well as an environment in which your mind could be at peace.
Do you mean all of this? The grass, the trees, the brook? Imagination?
Slightly more than imagination. Your creation is perfect in every detail, Tom. You could cut these trees down, and they would take many years to grow. Dam the brook, and the water would flood. Tonight the sun will sink, and the stars will shine, and the sun will rise again tomorrow in a peerless blue sky. It's your world, Tom. Perfect in every detail, captured from the memory of a happy day, locked deep in your mind.
And why have they called me here?
You are one of the chosen few, Tom. Selected host bodies to receive unique powers beyond human imagining. Some months ago you were brought here unconscious, kept for 10 days, and they revealed to you the knowledge of your sixth sense. What's more, they gave you the ability to pass on that knowledge to others. This also happened to chosen people taken from every country on your planet. It was a last desperate attempt to save the Earth from its own stupidity. The plan failed. Now you and the other host bodies with the same powers as yourself have been chosen to perform another task.
Which is?
To oversee the end of man's reign on Earth.
Control 1 to all units. Control 1 to all units. Emergency. Emergency. Host bodies worldwide are being destroyed. Host bodies worldwide are being destroyed. Units to protect all remaining bodies. Units to protect all remaining bodies. Emergency, emergency. All remaining bodies to be protected.
Gentlemen, order, please. Let us have some order. Take your example from the ladies present.
The only reason we're staying quiet, Prime Minister, is because we're absolutely dumbstruck by your suggestion.
It's not my suggestion, Vera. It's a World Council policy decision.
Up the World Council.
I'll have none of that sort of language in my cabinet, David, and don't you forget it.
We've got a chance to start afresh. Elected by a landslide, and already we're slipping into their ways.
Stop! Stop! What has been suggested is simple and sensible and is indeed being carried out at this very moment by 95% of world governments. The bodies of these chosen people are simply being disposed of. Let me finish. Thank you. Their bodies are medically dead. Simply corpses, and as such they will be incinerated.
How can you be so sure?
If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't even consider the idea, even though the World Council demanded it. You know me well enough to believe that, Ray.
I suppose you're right.
Our medical authorities are in total agreement. Tom Harris is dead, and as he is a possible health risk, he is to be cremated immediately.
Surely burial would be just as efficient.
The thought of festering fingers clawing their way out of wet clay on a rainy night in Reading some few years hence is not to be contemplated.
PM's right. I think if it's got to be done, cremation's the obvious answer.
Thank you, Vera.
I agree, Prime Minister.
Good. It's agreed then. Troops have already been sent to surround Allingbury, and the wife will shortly be, for want of a better word, lured away. Silkin.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Perhaps you'll be good enough to let the Cabinet know the plan.
Very good, sir. Ma'am.
Attachment, sir? With me?
Yes, a charming young man, Geoffrey Palmer. In fact, he's a personal recommendation from on high. We've simply got to face the facts, AP. New blood is required departmentally. We're none of us getting any younger.
True. Very true, Charles. Age has no favourites. Given enough time, he'll wrinkle us all to prunishness.
Beg pardon?
Prunishness. One's innate tendency to end up looking like a prune.
A prune?
Wrinkled.
Ah, I see. Prunishness.
Yes, accepting the fact that the department needs new blood, why have I been picked for the dubious honour of acting as nursemaid?
It is thought Allingbury, the Sally Harris visit, is a two-handed job. As Silkin says, it would be as well to get her away from the body for a while. Take her for a walk, perhaps.
Silkin says?
Yes, so she can think the situation over. But she won't do that unless we can guarantee a babysitter for her husband's body and no action from the troops.
And can we guarantee that?
Yes.
I will be giving her my word, Charles. And you know what I'd feel under those circumstances if anything should go awry.
Nothing will go awry. Dash it all, AP. She can read the mind of anyone for miles around. Our chappies haven't come up with anything to combat that.
I was forgetting. All right, Charles. I know you well enough to take your word.
Top you up.
And Mr. Smith's assistant, a superb young chap called Geoffrey Palmer, will inform us when both Smith and Mrs. Harris are clear of the house, and a helicopter will be immediately sent in to remove the corpse.
Any questions?
How can Smith's assistant, this Geoffrey whatever, know the full plan if it's not possible to let Smith know? Mr. Palmer is actually a member of my staff, as it happens, and simply a temporary member of the RM section. On attachment, as it were.
Sounds suspiciously like shenanigans to me.
Surely she'll just read his mind in any case if she's got these powers, and the whole plot will be revealed.
But she won't be able to. I thought you said she was telepathic.
Silkin?
He's wearing something top secret that our boffins have just come up with. A thin metal band that he wears around his neck, which stops her reading his mind. I gave him one to wear before he left.
What, a necklace, you mean?
No, not a necklace, sir. It's a thin metal band. A necklet, perhaps.
Sounds like a necklace to me.
And me.
It's not a necklace, it's a necklet.
Thank you, Silkin.
Tom, listen to me. I don't know where you are, what place you've walked to, but please come back. They're surrounding the cottage with troops. There's tanks, guns, hundreds of soldiers. My mind is growing tired, Tom. I need to rest, to sleep, but I daren't. Oh, please come home, Tom. Please, oh, please come. Oh, no. No, not again. Enough. I've had enough. I'm going to look into your mind, whoever you are, and if there's any desire to harm us, I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you very hard indeed. Mum. It's Mum, Tom. She's come at last. Oh, God.
Oh, there, love. Come on. Everything's going to be all right now. Everything's going to be all right. There.
And they will reveal to you shortly how
You
man's
keep saying
reign on
they
earth-
when we talk, but you're at one with them, aren't you?
Yes, Tom, I am.
And you're not really my father, are you? Oh, you look like him, you speak like him, but some essential warmth is missing. You're not really him at all, are you? Just another creation of my imagination, painted from memory.
I'm sorry, you're right. It was felt his presence would be comforting to you.
Well, if you're not my father, then I prefer you didn't look like him. I loved him.
The decision is yours, Tom.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris. I am, after all, fashioned by your mind. Simply imagine what you wish me to look like, or who you wish me to be.
Yourself. Just show me yourself. You're alien, aren't you?
Interesting. When you think alien, so many pictures flit through your mind. Will I be a gigantic spider, or the classic bug-eyed monster, or a repellent slug-like green mass, perhaps? The true me, I'm afraid, is much less inspiring.
It's too bright. The light, it's blinding me.
Your eyes will soon accustom. Look beyond the aura that surrounds me. Look to the central core.
Oh, now I can see. I can see you. A spark of light. A tiny spark of light.
Yes, this is what I look like. This is the essential me. And you, Mr. Harris, underneath that earthly form, are exactly the same. Simply a spark. It's been called the soul, the anima, the id, the spirit, so many things. And it's constant in all life forms throughout this teeming universe. It is self, the naked self, revealed.
When I joined RM section, Mr. Palmer, I never dreamt I would be called on to be a gazelle.
Me neither, sir.
Crossing rutted fields, avoiding the cowpats, is one particular occupational hazard I could well have done without.
Exactly, sir.
Do you ever disagree with anything, Mr. Palmer?
Beg pardon?
Do you ever disagree?
Disagree?
Yes. You must be one of the most amiable chaps I've ever come across.
Well, not too often, sir. I always feel the best way to learn is by generally accepting that my superior usually knows best, if you see what I mean. It doesn't do to quibble over their every utterance.
No, I don't suppose it does. You wouldn't know Mr. Silkin by any chance?
No. Well, naturally I've heard of him, being in the department, but I couldn't say I know him.
Pity. I think with your philosophy as regards one's superiority, you would have both got along handsomely.
You there? Oh!
Not very much mistaken, and probably means us.
Yes, sir, probably.
The way he left onto that slight hummock and the rather menacing way he's waving his machine gun in our direction is a fair indication he would like us to stop where we are. You'd agree?
Of course.
Of course.
He's coming over.
Most observant, Mr. Palmer.
You two mind telling me what you're up to climbing about here? This is a military area, out of bounds to the public, so push off quick before I'm forced to run you in.
We are not public, my good man, and we will not push off. Mr. Smith here is one of Her Majesty's senior RM section inspectors.
Inspectors, reporters more like, climbing up hummocks with mud on his boots and grass on his bum.
Your choice of words also leaves a lot to be desired. Kindly temper your language, or I will be forced to report you to your superior.
Let him be, Mr. Palmer. The corporal deserves a little bit of fun before being brought down to earth with a resounding thump.
Oh, don't you take that tone of voice with me, mate.
Get me General Thompson's headquarters on your field telephone.
You are. Who do you think you are?
Now, and tell him, Mr. A.P. Smith, Ministry of Defence, RM Section, and his assistant, Mr. Geoffrey Palmer, require immediate transport to the Harris cottage.
What?
Corporal, if you're not on that phone in a very few seconds, in a very few hours, you will be a private. That I promise you on my word as a gentleman.
But I can't...
I'll give you 5 seconds, and 5 seconds only. Count, Geoffrey.
At once, sir. 5, 4...
Right in headquarters.
I say, that was awfully good, sir.
Well, it's not my way to be overly forceful in the normal course of events, Geoffrey, but occasionally one really has to put on a good show. Would you agree?
Of course, sir. 100%, sir.
Tom!
Sorry,
sorry to disturb you, Prime Minister, but there's been a development.
Is the body out of that cottage yet?
Not quite, Prime Minister.
Not quite? That's a ridiculous statement, Silkin. It either is or it isn't. What you actually mean is no.
Well, yes, I suppose I do really mean no.
Well, why not say no?
Sorry. No.
Thank you. So, what's the development?
Mrs. Harris's mother is currently at the cottage and will very shortly be leaving and taking the baby out of the village and back to her flat in town.
And?
And it has struck me very forcibly that as Mr. Harris travelled to wherever he's travelled through the mind of the child, if, by any stretch of the imagination, he was still alive, he would most certainly need the mind of the said child to return again. Do you see what I'm thinking, therefore, Prime Minister?
Silkin, if you're even contemplating suggesting what I think you're contemplating suggesting, I would suggest you leave this office now and never return. You forget, as well as being Prime Minister, I am also a grandmother. Twice over.
But no, I wasn't contemplating suggesting what you're probably thinking I was going to suggest.
Good. I can assure you the prospect of going down in history as the first British Herod has no appeal whatsoever.
Protective custody does seem highly sensible.
Protective custody?
For both the baby and his, I'm sure, delightful grandmother. Somewhere safe. One of our underground atom shelters, for example. They're very well stocked and totally invincible.
I don't like it. But I can see you're probably right. Put it in hand, Silkin.
Very good, Prime Minister.
Oh, Silkin?
Yes, sir?
Any news on the new curtains yet?
Not quite, ma'am.
Silkin.
That is... No.
And this light, the spark that is me, reveals the truth, my truth, to all who care to look. There can be no prevarication, no deceit, while, as your earthly poets would have it, the very soul of life itself is bared. I simply...
What is it? What is it? You're pulsing. The colour within your spark is shifting about through the spectrum. I can see pain and hurt and sorrow. The suffering of many innocent people that you feel some way responsible for. What is it? Tell me.
They're dead. I'm sorry. They're all dead.
Who?
All of your fellow sixth senses. All the host bodies, all who walked through the mind to visit with us. They're all dead. Every last one of them. You are the sole survivor.
But I thought we were invulnerable.
Not while your spirit is away from the body. It is the spirit that creates the power. I have just been informed that within 30 minutes of the World Council directive, every vacated body except yours was taken away and burnt.
Burnt? But why was I spared?
You weren't. You were simply luckier than the rest. Your wife, sensing danger, is protecting your body, but we feel she will soon be lured away. And then you will be at their mercy.
What'll happen exactly?
At the moment your body is destroyed, your spirit, wherever it is, will be sucked remorselessly back into your body. And you will suffer with it the agony of being burnt alive.
And you can do nothing?
It is a primeval force we are incapable of controlling. Your only hope is that your son will remain by your body so that we can use him to implant protection.
Then there is hope. Sally will trust him to no one. No one.
You will call me to let me know you've arrived safely back at your flat with Sam.
Of course I will. Who is it?
Shh. Let me listen. Oh, it's all right. It's an ex-enemy, now an old friend, a Mr. A.P. Smith. He's worried about me, and he's going to ask me to take a walk and have a chat. Even though his feet are killing him. He's even commandeered a jeep to bring him here. Oh, dear. The soldier driving it's thinking rather rude thoughts about him.
Quite unreputable. A jeep. And perhaps I could hitch a lift.
He's coming to the door now.
You can ask him to arrange it.
King, will you believe me if I tell you I'm ever so pleased to see you?
Mrs. Harris, how kind of you to say so. The pleasure is really all mine.
Oh.
Shared a little with my new assistant, Mr. Geoffrey Palmer.
How do you do?
Hello.
This is my mum, A.P.
How do you do?
Hello. Do you think I could borrow that jeep thing for a lift for myself and the baby? It's an awful walk to the station.
Of course, feel free. Taxpayers' money, after all. Geoffrey, go and ask the scowling soldier to hang on a sec.
Very good, sir.
I'll just give a quick itchy-coo to the baby, and then you can both be on your way. Itchy-coo, itchy-coo. Oh, dear. Now I've done it.
Well, then, Sam, I'd better be off with him quick before you change your mind again, darling. Bye-bye, love.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Sam, love. Be good.
By Bye, Mr. Smith.
Bye, I really am Miss Dredden.
Oh,
Sorry
all
about
right,
that.
just the excitement of people arriving, Dudley. Come on, Sam, darling. Bye-bye, love.
AP,
Yes?
you wouldn't lie to me.
Mrs. Harris, I couldn't lie to you. You've looked into my mind. You know there's no chicanery. Simply a walk. A chance to try to talk you peacefully into letting your husband's body be taken to hospital for further tests.
You'll never get me to change my mind.
We shall see. Anyway, I'm pleased to get you out in the fresh air. If you don't mind me saying so, you're looking rather peaky.
It's the first time I've left Tom's side since this awful business began. Oh, it's so good to taste the fresh air.
I must admit the rustic charm is somewhat spoiled by the tanks, helicopters, gun emplacements, and all those soldiers bobbing up and down in the distant horizon. Not unlike one of those rifle booths where one can have pot shots at ducks for 10p.
More likely 30 nowadays.
Inflation even gets the ducks. It's funny, Mrs. Harris. The employment of so much arms and armoury for one defenceless woman and her hopefully sleeping husband.
Not quite defenceless. You just don't know how much self-control it's taken me in the last few days to stop myself turning their silly tanks upside down and tying knots in their rifles, if not worse things.
And could you?
Oh, yes. The available power is quite fantastic. Frighteningly so. See that dead tree over there?
The tall one by that little hillock?
Yes. Watch.
Without even a cry of timber. A 30-foot elm bites the dust.
Or doesn't, as the case may be.
Good God, replanted and covered in foliage. Just by thinking about it?
Yes. The merest thought is sufficient. I'm frightened of my own capabilities, AP. I just hope they don't push me too far. I'd hate to get really angry with someone. They could end up dead.
Yes, Gloria?
There's a Mr. Palmer on red priority 1. Says it's urgent.
It most certainly is, Gloria. Switch it through. Hello?
Sir?
Speaking. Where on earth have you been, Geoffrey, and why has it taken so long?
Oh, she took an awful lot of convincing, sir, but Smith finally got her to agree. He let her search through his mind, and when she found there was nothing being plotted and the troops were not to storm the cottage, she agreed to take a walk.
What about your mind, Geoffrey?
Oh, I hovered in the background looking innocent. She ignored me, concentrated all her attention on AP.
Oh, good.
My necklet obviously works, as she didn't pick up any stray thoughts. It seems she just accepted the fact that Smith was in charge and that I'm here simply as part of the package.
Fine. I'll get the helicopter underway. Should be with you in a matter of minutes. Get outside now and watch for it. Just see the body into the helicopter and away from there as quick as you can.
Very good, sir.
Too late? Yes, I'm afraid so. Your son was taken away from the cottage before we could get to his sleeping mind. And now your wife has also been lured away. I'm afraid at this moment it looks very black.
Why can't I just go back myself now and reactivate my body? Then they'd know I wasn't dead. Surely they wouldn't cremate somebody they knew was alive.
You can't return. There is no suitable conduit available. No one lying unconscious by your body that you can use as a pathway to guide you back. I'm afraid you're trapped here, Mr. Harris.
No.
Yes, I'm sorry, but you are. You're trapped. Until they destroy your body, that is. Then we will, of course, go on using our best endeavors to save you. But I fear it is already too late.
I don't know what the aliens intend. But I do know that Tom won't pass on the gift of sixth sense to anyone else. It went too badly wrong. Too many people died.
You still call it a gift?
Yes. Properly controlled and in the right hands, it's the most wonderful thing that's ever been offered to mankind. No more lies or deceit. Feats of unbelievable achievement in everyone's grasp just by thinking about it. We could reshape the Earth.
Perhaps we need our lies and deceit, Mrs. Harris. Perhaps we also like the Earth, shaped the way it is. The aliens' toys are tarnished. I want nothing to do with them.
You missed the point. This isn't some gift from outer space. It's simply a skill we all possess, always have possessed, but have lost sight of. A whole new era could open up to mankind, a new world.
Brave new world, indeed. The ant mind, a reality.
No.
Yes, minds that can be read, can be controlled. Mrs. Harris, you are so powerful, you could kill somebody simply by nipping their mind. If you decide they will die, they surely will. Am I right?
Yes.
May I ask, how often have you been tempted to kill so far, Mrs. Harris? How many times the soldiers have called at your door, You've been within an ace of being a murderess. And you're a nice person, a gentle lady. But think of this. Your gift in the hands of a psychopath, a Hitler. The doctor you threw out of the cottage didn't die, Mrs. Harris, but he did end up in hospital with 3 broken ribs, and that is the sort of power I personally would prefer not to possess. I should like to go on fuming when the world makes me angry, rather than have to force myself not to kill.
Well, Silkin?
The plan is underway, ma'am. Smith has managed to get Mrs. Harris out of the cottage, and a helicopter is on its way there now to pick up the body.
We've got to be very sure it is a body. Oh, Silkin, I just hope we're doing the right thing.
I can see no alternative, ma'am.
And the baby?
Safe underground, in the fallout shelter with the grandmother. Apparently screaming the place down, asking to be taken to its father.
You find that amusing, Silkin?
No. Sorry. There is a medical team underground with them, as you suggested, in case it falls ill.
Good. Any difficulty convincing the grandmother?
No. We simply explained to her that the baby might be in danger of being kidnapped by a foreign power.
Oh, I see. Very clever. Silkin, I'll admit that your department do get their tasks performed with alacrity.
Thank you. One does one's utmost to be efficient.
But I'm not terribly sure I shall come to like their methods.
Sorry, but it does seem to be for the best, ma'am.
Yes. Unfortunately. You're probably right.
You could be right, AP. I just don't know anymore. My mind is so tired with turning it over and over that I can't think straight.
What is it, Miss Harris?
The helicopter.
What helicopter?
The one that passed us a few minutes back going towards the cottage.
What about it? It's been helicopters buzzing around all morning.
Different. I've just realised I couldn't read them.
Read them?
It's become almost a habit. I glance into the minds of anyone I suspect of wanting to harm us, but it's just struck me I couldn't read theirs. And I couldn't read the mind of the man you brought with you, AP. It's impossible. The first time it's happened. I'm going to the cottage. Now.
Good Lord. Where are you? She's gone.
Looks like a goner to me, Ted.
Doesn't smell like a dead one, Vince.
What the devil's taking so long?
Nothing, just coming.
You chappies ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, get it on the chopper.
Mind if you're
That's it then, Chief.
Many thanks, Bright. Off as quick as you can. Jolly well done, Geoffrey, even if I do say so myself. Right, better phone in next. Oh, good Lord, where on earth did you come from?
Where's Tom?
He is gone, Mrs. Harris.
What?
He's gone.
Bastard!
Mrs. Harris. Good Lord. Why on earth is Geoffrey writhing on the floor over there?
You promised me, AP. You promised me he'd be safe.
He is safe, surely.
You. Tell him.
You could have killed
Tell
me.
him.
He's been taken.
What? Without my being told? Where?
I am not at liberty to say.
You will say, you little tyke, if I have to shake it out of you. I gave my word.
You ripped my shirt.
I'll rip more than your shred if you don't tell. What are you trying to hide at your throat?
Nothing.
It's a necklace.
You know, it's a necklet. It's just decorative.
Is this what's preventing you reading his mind?
We'll soon see.
No, it's a... God, it's red hot. It's burning. Must get it off.
Good Lord.
That's what it was. A protective device. I can read him now. Tom's in the helicopter. The crew have protection as well. He's working for a man called Silkin.
My God, you're a spy for that toad Silkin.
They're taking Tom to... cremate him.
Cremate him? But he's not dead.
Of course he's dead.
He's not, you fool.
I must stop them.
You can't. You can't touch their minds. You're too late.
No. But I can stop the engine.
Mrs. Harris, you're going to kill everyone on that craft. Do you really want to be a murderess? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
I'm sorry to have to tell you that your body has been removed from the cottage and is at this moment on its way to a crematorium.
Surely there must be something you can do.
Nothing.
How long have I got?
Little more than minutes, I'm afraid.
Strange. We clutch life to us, wrap it around us tight like a cloak, to keep out the cold reality of death. And we know in some quiet corner of our brain, we know that we will never die. Others will, of course, our friends, our loved ones, but not us. We are immune.
Mr. Harris, do you wish to know the truth about death?
Am I going to die?
Yes.
Then there's nothing else that's worth knowing. I'll go and face the last great adventure as prepared or unprepared as the next man. If one really knew the truth, the final truth, it'd be inclined to remove all sense of adventure from the occasion. I'd like to be left alone now.
Very well, as you wish. Mr. Harris, I really am very sorry.
Coffin coming through now, Barry. In she goes.
Just keep your eye on it. Make sure it goes up all right.
It's going like good already. It's been made out of cheap bit of timber, if you ask me.
Rust job, apparently. Ashes to be kept on one side for analysis by the... What is it?
Quick, come and look.
What's so exciting about watching a coffin burn? It's about the 30th we've done this week.
Not the coffin. Coffin's well gone. It's a body.
What about it?
I've never seen that like it.
Come on, then, muss over so I can have a look. Oh, my God. It's not possible. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Mr. Harris, I'm sorry to have to report that all our efforts were to no avail. Mr. Harris... A shell. Simply an empty shell. Control 1. Control 1, this is 642 reporting. The subject, Tom Harris, is no longer with us, Control. He has been drawn back. I repeat, he has been drawn back to his death.
I will shortly arrange for the removal, 642. You may return to normal duties.
I will spend a little time here first. I find this environment he's created quite soothing.
Very good, 642. As you wish. Inform me when ready to return. Control 1 to 642, out.
Yes. I will inform you. I will be in touch shortly.
You'll pay for this, Smith. You'll most certainly pay for this.
How are you, Geoffrey? I just sit tight and not say a word. Mrs. Harris, how long would it take you to give me your powers? You could give them to me, couldn't you?
Yes, but...
How long?
No more than a few minutes.
Good. Please do so, then.
But you mustn't.
Quiet.
I thought you said you wouldn't have your sixth sense revealed under any circumstances.
Under any normal circumstances, no, but this is different. My honour has been impugned. I think a little journey to that secret alien place behind the mind, to discover once and for all whether your husband is alive or dead, may redress the balance to a small degree.
You'd do all that for me.
Being awfully honest, not for you, Mrs. Harris, for me and my peace of mind. Right, the sooner we get started, the sooner I'll be on my way.
But how can you get there? Tom used the mind of baby Sam. I'm sure you need an undeveloped or vacant mind as a pathway. There's nobody you could use.
Isn't there?
What are you looking at me like that? No, you wouldn't dare.
Come, Geoffrey, stop being so unsporting. After all, assistants are provided to assist. You check that with your Mr. Silkin sometime.
Gentlemen, it is a fact. The major in charge of the detail confirmed it himself. Mr. Silkin, be good enough to give us all the details.
Yes, ma'am. It would appear that the two men who are on boiler room duty at the crematorium, I do actually have their names here somewhere.
Bells, the names of the material. Just get on with the story.
Very well. They ran into the chapel, gibbering that a miracle was taking place. Everyone present went to the boiler room, including the major that we've already heard mentioned, and viewed the scene through a little spy hole built into the side of the boiler. The body of Mr. Harris was, and I quote, floating in the flames and completely untouched by them. Not one hair on his body had even been scorched.
It would now appear that Mr. Harris, whether dead or alive, is totally invulnerable to immolation.
But it's fantastic. Amazing. I'm picking up people's thoughts from miles around.
Now you've learned to control the input. It makes it easier. You can select individual minds to look at.
Yes, I can do already.
Invasion of privacy.
I'd keep quiet if I were you, Geoffrey. I've just checked yours, and that was a bit of an eye-opener. A naughty bit of nepotism. Uncle in influential places.
Huh? That's just one side of it, telepathy. Now try lifting something.
Oh, good thinking. Now, what shall I try first? Oh, of course, obvious. Oh,
I say! Put me down! Put me down!
Oh, sorry, Geoffrey. I didn't mean to bang your head on the ceiling like that. I haven't quite got the knack. Down you come. Oh, so sorry.
Just think it and they're as light as a feather.
I shall report this outrage.
Oh, Geoffrey, can't you see this is more fun than my first train set? Right. Now, Mrs. Harris, look into my mind.
You think Tom's alive? You really think Tom's alive?
Yes. Somewhere in my tired old bones, I'm sure of it. Now, it's time I went off to find him. Sorry, Geoffrey. Time you went to sleep, huh, son?
But...
He sleeps like a baby. I'll lie down beside him, then go walkies through his mind. Bye, Mrs. Harris. If I don't come back, I'd really like you to know how sorry I am I inadvertently betrayed you.
It's all right, A.P. I know it was none of your doing. A.P., safe voyage. A.P., already gone.
Emergency, emergency. Unknown Earthman approaching base. Repeat, unknown Earthman approaching base. Conduit being used is low-grade British civil servant being used against his will. All units to intercept and attend. All units to intercept and attend.
I'm afraid things are getting worse, Prime Minister.
Worse? Yes, I'm afraid so. It would appear that our man from the RM section has gone over to their side.
You mean the man you gave the necklace to?
It wasn't a necklace. It was a...
Well, it sounds like a necklace to me.
No, I assure you...
Stop quibbling, ma'am. We don't give a damn if you give the whole of your male staff earrings and matching bracelets. As long as you manage to give us the facts without this constant argy-bargy about what to call them.
Ray, would you calm down, please? We can do without that sort of vulgar display.
Well...
Mr. Silkin.
Ma'am?
You presumably mean A.P. Smith has gone over to them?
Yes, ma'am. It was reported via Corporal Wilkes, who was monitoring conversation in the cottage. Smith suddenly spoke to him. Frightened the poor chap half to death. Smith was obviously reading his mind.
Did your chap Palmer ring in?
No. Not a word has been heard for over an hour. I think he must be a prisoner, or even possibly dead.
Gentlemen, ladies, we are faced with a major crisis. We are the only country who haven't managed to dispose of this threat in our midst. All the rest have been safely incinerated, but we've ended up with a body we can't dispose of, a man from the ministry who has presumably gone over to their side. This situation is not just a threat to Britain, but to the whole world, and it must be eliminated. I therefore intend to immediately transfer the village of Wallingbury plus 15 miles radius round it into the jurisdiction of the World Council and declare it international territory. And then let the council deal with the problem in any way they see fit. Now, will you excuse me?
Geoffrey, if you only knew what a wonderland your mind is, you'd never think an asinine thought in your life again. I've never seen anything like it. A glittering, pulsating palace, alight with neutrons and electrons, sparks of colour beyond imagining. So, which way do I float now through this endless wonderland? Where lies the gate to that other secret world, at the entrance to which I must stand, hopeful that open sesame still has some power to move?
This way.
Oh, your non-existent ears are hopefully deceiving you, A.P.
This way.
Unfortunately, they're not. It would appear I've been spotted by the mind's equivalent of a gamekeeper. Well, who am I to disobey? Almost an arch head. Solid velvet blackness beyond. Is that where the voice is coming from, I wonder?
This way.
Yes, it would appear so. Somewhat scary, but it ensures the quarry finds its way to the entrance, or trap. There's only one way to find out. And here I stand on the threshold of the unknown. One step from discovery. Courage, A.P. Just one step and you're through. Yes. Well, here goes. Prevarication never solved anything. Straight through without more ado. Immediately. Yes. Here goes. Ah!
of you to come, George.
See, you haven't managed the new curtains, then?
No. And it looks as though I won't now.
Eh?
Very shortly I'm resigning, George. Calling an election.
What? But you've only just got in. A landslide at that. Why?
I've decided to hand over the policing of Allingbury, plus a 15-mile area around it, to the World Council. An international force is on the way there now, and within the next couple of hours will have taken over totally from our own troops.
But that makes it World Council territory. Totally outside British jurisdiction and laws. They could do any damn thing they want. There'd be nothing we could do to stop them.
I know. But I also know, George, what they'll have to do. What is expedient. I'm resigning because I don't have the courage to do it myself.
And what is expedient?
The body of Tom Harris is to be returned to his home. There's a helicopter on the way there with him now. Over the next few hours, the soldiers of the international force will have moved out from his cottage, creating an area of approximately 15 miles in diameter, totally free from any population. Then at some time this afternoon, a neutron bomb will be dropped directly on the cottage.
Good God.
Afterwards, that area around the cottage will be uninhabitable, at least until the end of the next century. Oh, George, what have we done?
Yes. What have you done?
Where on earth? Good Lord, Charles's office. But nobody here. What on earth's happened to me? All I remember is a doom-laden, disembodied voice doing Valentine Daly impressions. This way, this way. Monosyllabic was still scary, and I went that way, and nothing. Instead, I wake up in Charles's office at the Ministry feeling rather groggy. How very strange.
Ah, there you are, AP. Compass mentis at last.
What on earth happened to me, Charles?
Oh, you've had a bit of a turn, it would appear. I called you in to give me your up-to-the-minute report and assessment on the situation down at Allingbury, the Harris family, etc., plots and counterplots. The PM's office seems to be keeping us rather in the dark, but I smell something big afoot. Wondered if you might have gleaned any idea as to what it might be. Then you had this bit of a turn. What is it? Everything all right, AP? Oh, why are you staring at me that way?
It's very good. I'll give you that. It's ever so good.
Pardon?
I mean, being honest, you got him off to a T. He'd be very impressed. Clothes, manner, voice, the whole shooting match. You could probably even fool his wife. But unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, not a colleague of over 20 years. You see, you've missed an essential, one vital essential, and that makes the whole charade suspect. But why go to all this trouble on my account? Everything looks real. Big Ben outside the window there appears real enough. The whole set must have cost enough to make a Cecil B. DeMille blanch. Whatever the reason, you are palpably not what you undoubtedly appear.
I say, AP, that's a bit strong. I mean, you know yourself I'm not a great one for standing on ceremony when we're by ourselves like this. But hang it all, man, I am still your superior.
No, you're not. You're not my superior. You are not Charles Hainsford Woods, CBE. Damn good copy, yes, but not the man himself. In fact, I would go so far as to say you are one of those alien chappies who I'm rather keen to have a chat with. And that we are still somewhere behind the mind.
Very astute, Mr. Smith. Very astute indeed. You're quite correct, of course, but I find it incredible that you should detect the subterfuge. The picture, after all, is drawn totally from your memory.
Oh, that explains it. The detail, which is awry, so part of the fabric, so extraordinarily ordinary, it wouldn't even cross my subconscious as being worthy of thought. Hence your one tiny mistake.
Mistake?
Yes, small, but vital. In all my long working relationship with the real Charles, I've never been in his room longer than 15 seconds without him offering me a cup of tea. And you didn't. Ipso facto, you are not he.
But, of course. The cup of tea. Care for one now?
No. It would, of course, be very stimulating to chat on, Mr. Alien, but I do feel duty calls that I should be on my way. I wonder if you could direct me to the Tom Harris set. Presumably he's got something just as grand as this to feel comfortable in.
Yes, but I'm afraid you're too late. He's not here anymore.
Well, perhaps you wouldn't mind me having a scout round in any case.
Of course not. Try opening that door on your left.
Oh, come now. Even I know that's the stationery cupboard. Surely he hasn't crammed himself in there.
Just open it. Goodbye, Mr. Smith. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
And there he isn't. Make an awfully good living in the variety theatre. Cross between Mike Yarwood and a senior magician. Makes a good impression and vanishes quick as a flash. Right, must get on. Stationery cupboard it is, then. Good Lord, what now? Kew Gardens? What a pleasant spot. Positively Arcadian, in fact. Oh, there you are, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, Oh, good God, he's dead.
You're right, I'm afraid. But that is not his body, simply a copy, as is the body you are wearing.
Ah. He does seem to be rather careless with his corpses, doesn't he? Leaves them scattered about all over the place. The second one I bumped into today, in fact. May I inquire whom I have the pleasure of addressing?
I am simply designated 642.
Oh, how interesting. And economical. In fact, quite fascinating all round. First time I've ever chatted to a spark of light. Excuse me asking you, but is that all of you? Or have you also got a body lying at home awaiting your return?
This is me, my very essence.
Must save a fortune, laundry bills.
Why do you constantly attempt to hide your fear with laughter, Mr. Smith?
Gosh, you know my name as well. It's a very sociable sort of place, isn't it? I must explain. It's not exactly fear I'm hiding. More like terror, really. You see, I'm pretty certain I've gone totally potty, or at best ended up in my own highly personalised Alice in Wonderland-type nightmare. But to continue, I do feel that if, as you say, Mr. Harris isn't here anymore, I'd be just as happy to push off home and rejoin my poor, old, tired, real carcass, hopeful that by now the aching feet have sorted themselves out. So perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me how on earth I go about it. Is there another door, perhaps, 246?
642.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I'm ever so good on faces, but numbers, always forgetting them. A way out?
Very shortly you will be conducted there. But first our counsel wish to speak to you. We await your arrival. Whenever you are ready, we shall attend.
Oh, well, now's as good a time as any. I'd hate to keep them hanging about. Please ask them to attend.
Very good. Close your eyes, Mr. Smith. Now open them.
Good God. There's thousands upon thousands of tiny sparks of light. Tier upon tier, all around. 642. 642. 642.
Why has it gone so quiet? What's going on out there? The tanks have been pulled back out of sight. I can't read anyone's minds anymore. The soldiers have disappeared. What is happening? No, it's impossible. He's coming round. No! I can't seem to hold him any longer. Try lifting something. Anything. It doesn't work. My power is fading. I can't hold him unconscious any longer. I mustn't let him wake.
Oh. Mrs. Harris, I feel as though I've... What's happened to Mr. Smith? Why is he lying there looking as though he's a... No, I remember. You damn well took control of my mind, the pair of you. No! Stay away! Don't come near me! I promise to behave if you just... Wait a moment. You've changed. I can see it in your eyes. But of course, you wouldn't let me go unless you had to. You've lost the power. That's it, isn't it? You've lost the power.
There's no minds anymore. I've searched for miles. There's no minds anywhere. And I can't read yours either. It's so silent, so terribly silent. It's as if my powers had been switched off.
Well, you don't need to read my mind, Mrs. Harris, because I'll tell you precisely what I'm thinking. I'm going to ring Mr. Silkin and tell him to get me out of this madhouse forthwith. And, Mrs. Harris, there's not a thing you can do to stop me.
Who?
Mr. Palmer, sir.
Geoffrey. Well, what are you waiting for? Put him through immediately.
Would it be in order if I inquired after Mr. Smith before I put him through? He's a very old friend of mine.
No, Gloria, it would not be in order.
I only asked.
Sorry, Gloria, I'm a bit overwrought. Now put Geoffrey through, would you? There's a good girl.
Very good, sir.
Uncle?
Geoffrey, are you all right, my boy?
Yes, fine. Although I have been somewhat manhandled, and I've also had the rather bizarre experience of my mind being used against my will.
Good Lord, how awful. Promise me you'll mention none of this to your mother. She may not understand.
Not a word. Look, I'll fill you in on the details when I return, but I did think I'd better ring in straight away to let you know that Mr. Smith is now in the same condition Tom Harris was.
Dead?
Apparently.
Good. Now, Geoffrey, do you think you could manage to get away from the Harris woman?
Yes, sir. That's another thing. She has apparently lost her powers. I believe I can walk out of here any time.
Now, Geoffrey, not so quick about the walking out. There's a helicopter of the International Fleet on the way there now, bringing back Tom Harris's body from the crematorium. See it safely into the cottage, and then leave. I'll try to organize a lift for you in the helicopter. I can't tell you the reason for his return. Top priority classified.
Oh, God.
But suffice it to say, the sooner you're out of the area, the better.
What about Smith, sir?
Smith? Just leave him there. Serves the scoundrel damn well right. Turncoat.
Right, just lay him on the bed, there.
Rightio. Upset Daisy. And down he goes, then, Vince.
Oh, what about this one? You want us to stick him on the stretcher and take him back with us? No, just leave him. He's staying.
Any idea what's going on here, mate? As we flew in, there wasn't one of our boys in sight. It's all foreign troops and what have you, and they seem to be pushing out in a great circle.
I'm afraid, gentlemen, I'm not at liberty to say. It's confidential. Top priority classified. Now, if you'll be good enough to go back to the helicopter, we can all be on our way. Oh, OK, come on.
I'll just get a stretcher. Right on my way.
Well, Mrs. Harris, here's your husband, safely home, unharmed as promised.
Why?
Why what?
Why have they returned him?
Just be happy he's here, and don't question too deeply. I never do.
No, I don't suppose you do.
Goodbye.
Oh, Tom, darling. What has happened to us? What's gone wrong? Why have I lost the power? Why?
It's the red one, Marge.
Yes, I know.
You better answer it and get it over with,
Yes, I suppose you're right. Speaking? Thank you for letting me know. The area is now clear, and the plane carrying the bomb, code name Happy Summer, has just set off from Bryce Norton. The drop will take place in 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
Mom, sir, sorry to disturb, but wonderful news. Our man Palmer has managed to get safely out of the area, and your new curtains will be arriving this afternoon.
Soak in.
Yes, sir?
Get out. Get out, you cretin!
Mr. Smith, I speak on behalf of all spirits you see here present. It is the collective view I express. I am simply voice and have no separate being.
Left it lying about somewhere and forgot where you put it down, did you?
Mr. Smith, I am touching your mind with hurt because very little time remains to us here and the time for flippancy is long past. No, feel no sense of relief that the aliens are leaving because the fact is that it is you, the peoples of planet Earth, who are the aliens. An experiment in symbiosis that we, the General Council, allowed against our better judgment. An experiment that has failed miserably and will now be terminated. Your mythology had it right in essence, Mr. Smith, but wrong in detail. There was a creation, and there was a fight after the creation, not a physical fight, as man has interpreted it, but cerebral. A clash of opinion. On the one hand, the Supreme Council, the good angels, as your mythology would have it, and on the other, the bad angels, who were simply dissidents. They wanted to settle on the planets using life forms which had already successfully adapted to the planet's environment as host bodies. They advocated simply moving into their minds and taking them over. Physical life versus cerebral life, Mr. Smith. The discussion ranged over millennia. Finally, the Council agreed that the dissidents could carry out their experiment on just one planet. A primate life form was found that seemed suitably advanced to be symbiotic host for the dissidents. The dissidents entered the host minds, and so the experiment began. This moment, their being sent away, is stored in your racial memory as the fall of Lucifer and the bad angels. And your planet Earth, which was chosen as suitable for the experiment, is the real hell of your mythology.
This is Neutrino on project codename Happy Summer calling base. Happy Summer calling base. Do you read me, base? Over.
We've read you loud and clear. Happy Summer, go ahead.
We are now on stipulated hold pattern, circling target zone. 5 minutes and counting to drop. I repeat, 5 minutes and counting to drop. Over.
Message received and understood. Over and out.
So the peoples of Earth live their short allotted span in hell, and when they die, their unencumbered spirits float free, once more to face us, the Supreme Council. The truth of their situation is instantly revealed, and they are given a choice. Either another life on Earth in a new host body, or to remain spirit. It is surprising how many choose to return to your mud ball of a planet, hoping each new life will bring some improvement in their earthly status. But, as the Supreme Council, we also have a duty to the planet itself. Earth is being progressively despoiled by man. The atmosphere has been polluted to the point where any life at all may become impossible to sustain. If indeed the planet is not decimated by a nuclear holocaust before that point, it cannot be allowed to continue. This is the message we wish you to take back to your government, Mr. Smith. The experiment will be terminated. 9 months exactly from today, no human child shall ever be born again on your planet Earth. The total Homo sapiens species will be irreversibly sterilized.
Control 1 to all units. Control 1 to all units. Sterilization program to be immediately implemented Earth-wide. Sterilization program to be immediately implemented Earth-wide.
Happy Summer to base. Happy Summer to base. 2 minutes and counting. 2 minutes and counting. Over.
What can I do? It's so quiet without the voices in my head. Tom, wake up. Speak to me. Nothing. He just goes on lying there as if he really was a corpse. Mr. Smith, please come back. Please, Mr. Smith.
I say, go steady there. I'm not as young as I used to be. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
That's all right. Just tell me what happened. I can't read your mind anymore. It seems I've lost the power.
You have. They've removed it from you. From me as well, as it happens. They've decided it's a toy we can well do without, as is life itself.
Did you find Tom? Is he coming back soon? Tell me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris. He really is dead.
Oh, no.
He was alive to the moment his spirit was pulled back to his body. Then it was burnt.
Burnt? But they didn't succeed. They didn't manage to burn it. Look, don't you see? He could still be inside there somewhere.
No, Mrs. Harris, if you don't mind me saying so, it is now a foolishness to go on hoping.
He is not dead. I know he is not dead.
Happy Summer to base. Happy Summer to base. I am moving into final approach pattern now. Repeat, I am moving into final approach pattern now. 1 minute and counting. 1 minute and counting.
I'm sorry, AP. I just won't accept it.
That is, of course, your privilege, Mrs. Harris. You mind if I answer this phone? It's driving me potty. I can't bear an unanswered phone.
No, fine.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, speaking. Good Lord, Mr. Vere. How terribly nice of you to call. When did you hear this? How long have we got? Good God. And there's no chance of us getting away. Bye, Gloria. Sorry we never made that luncheon date. That was Silken's secretary. Nice young thing. We became firm friends over the years. She accidentally heard our fate being discussed at the highest level. Decided she must ring and warn me. It's too late, unfortunately.
Too late?
Come with me to the window. We should be able to... Oh, yes, there we are. See that little spot on the horizon? Mm. Well, that's rather a special plane, called a neutrino, carrying a little package that it's going to drop on us any time now. A very dirty little package.
What is it? What is it carrying, AP?
A neutron bomb.
10, 9, 8, 7.
And here she comes. Any second now. Yes. Goodbye, Mrs. Harris.
No.
Tom! We need you!
Do you want me to take it, Marge?
No, I will. Yes, speaking. What? But that's him. Yes. Very good. Keep me informed.
Marge. Marge. What the devil is it? What's happened?
It didn't go off. The bomb didn't go off.
What? But that's impossible. They're foolproof.
A team went in to discover what had gone wrong. They met no resistance. There was nobody in the cottage, although no one was seen to leave, and they found the bomb, diffused and totally harmless, sitting in the middle of the kitchen table.
That's impossible, sir. Don't tell me what's impossible, Geoffrey. I know what's impossible. But I can also tell you it's a fact. It didn't go off. And they've disappeared. They've checked the tapes. And the very second the bomb was due to explode, a third voice was heard to speak.
The only other person there was...
Exactly. Tom Harris. Don't worry, Sally, love. I'm back now for good. Those were his exact words, according to the tape.
But if he's alive, then Smith...
Good God. Smith. Get out of my way.
Sir...
Mr. Vere, whatever you do, if A.P. Smith phones in, both Mr. Palmer and I are unobtainable. On extended leave or something, all right?
Oh, what a pity. I did want to have a few words with you and Geoffrey before popping in to give the PM a rather vitally important message, and then taking Mr. Vere off to a much-delayed lunch.
It's him!
Just slip in now, shall I?
How the devil did you get here, Smith?
Tom Harris kindly gave me a lift. With you, Geoff. I do have rather a lot to say to you, Bert.
For heaven's sake, Geoffrey, stop behaving like a child and get from behind that desk. Nothing very awful is going to happen. Hang it all, man. He's a colleague. A civil service colleague. He understands these things.
Well, Sam's well. He knows we're secret intruders here, and he thinks it's very nice we've teleported in.
So he's still got the power as well as you?
Yes, but I'll take it away from him as soon as we see him. Shall we go through and get him?
No. Let's just sit for a little longer. We've got a lot of catching up to do. How long have you known they had Sam here in this underground atom shelter place?
Well, it's all a bit blurry, but I think it was probably the officer at the crematorium who had the knowledge in his mind, and I must have picked it up from him.
What exactly happened there? At the crematorium?
Think you can take it? It's a bit scary.
Now I know you really are alive. I can take anything.
Well, I was warned that I'd be dragged back at the end, at the very moment of death, and so I decided that I must get there earlier. I guessed it would be Axworth Crematorium, so I pictured it, and I waited. I waited for the service that I hoped they'd arranged. I waited for someone there to think of me with such intensity that I'd hear. And finally it came. Almost too late. It was the Padre. As he pressed the button for the coffin to slide into the flame, without knowing it, his mind opened to me, and quick as thought, I was there, and I slid into it, and through it, into the coffin.
Oh.
But I couldn't, for some reason, get back into my own body. I could only wrap myself like a protective skin around it. The coffin very quickly burnt away, and I supported the body in the flames. It was terrifying, but fascinating at the same time. It seemed to go on for an eternity. But finally the flame was switched off, and I let my body go. And that's all I remember till I heard you scream for me. And there I was, back in my own shell, with the power still intact.
Thank God for that.
Yes, if I'd been a few seconds later...
Let's not think about that. You were in time, both to stop the bomb and to teleport the three of us safely out of there. Well, share it.
What?
I could do with a little laughter in my life.
But it's AP's reaction to being flown through the sky without any visible means of support. Totally calm. And then asking, mid-flight, I say, you couldn't by any chance drop me off somewhere near Downing Street, could you?
Oh, dear.
I mean.
What now, Tom?
Well, the adventuring's over, Sal. Now we hopefully go back to being a normal, happy family unit. No more scares, no more spacemen, no more magic powers. Just baby Sam and you and me. And a cottage in the country. I love you, Sal.
Love you, Tom.
Right, well, we better go and explain our presence to the unsuspecting security forces. Collect Sam from the playroom at the end of the corridor.
And my mum.
And your mum. And then we'll all go home.
Yes, I hear you. When the others leave, you are coming. Coming to take over Earth. I'll tell Daddy. He'll be pleased. Different aliens coming. He's coming with Mummy to collect me now. Bye-bye, new alien men. Bye-bye.
John Shrapnel and Maureen O'Brien played Tom and Sally Harris, and Timothy West 642 in With a Whimper to the Grave by Wally K. Daly. A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett, Prime Minister Angela Thorne, George Patrick Troughton. Alien Controller Manning Wilson, Baby Sam and Gloria Moya Leslie, Doctor Arnold Diamond, Charles Henry Stamper, Silkin Peter Wickham, Geoffrey Palmer Robert Dawes. Alien Peter Aker, Vera Margot Boyd, Ray Clive Panto, Sally's mother Catherine Parr, David and Paul Crawford Logan, Corporal and Vince Michael Jenner, Barry and foreign pilot Mark Rolston. The play was directed by Martin Jenkins.